Well, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today, it's our August meeting, and if you haven't been from one of these before, every other year we get to kind of set the stage for the next 2 years of teachers' retirement, our goals, our objectives, what we'd like to see the staff and the board achieve. And I feel like it's a great way for us to listen to the staff and see what their goals and objectives are, and then weigh in with our opinions, but just support them along the way. So I always like this meeting. You can see on the agenda that it's scheduled to go a little later today than we typically have been for a while, but it's excellent. So I will do that, and we need a motion to adopt the agenda from May 9th.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. We also need to approve the minutes from that meet. Oh, sorry, I just did that. Approve the minutes. Now we need to adopt the agenda for today.
So it actually said adopt the agenda for May 9th.
Oh,
Last
thank you.
motion, so I think we can say the agenda is adopted. Let's approve the minutes.
Okay, agenda is adopted. Let's approve the minutes for May 9th. I'm sorry. Yes.
So moved, Madam Chair.
And seconded.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Then this is an opportunity for the public to comment on any public matter that is not on the agenda of the meeting and is within the jurisdiction of the Teachers Retirement Board. However, the board may not take action on any issues raised unless it's included on the agenda and public comment has been allowed. If issues are raised that would require board action, the issue would need to be included on agenda for a future meeting. Public matter does not include disability applications, contested cases, or other adjudicative proceedings. And we see we have quite a bit of public here today for us. And if you have anything, please feel free to speak up. And welcome. All right, so we are on to our strategic planning, Jim Cairns. Thank you, Jim, for all of the information prior to, etc.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody, and good morning.
Good morning.
So we'll start out just kind of looking at our what we hope to accomplish today. Like Carrie said, you know, the strategic planning session is really where we get together and kind of talk about what we've accomplished since the last session, what we hope to accomplish, you know, in the coming 2-year period. I'll kind of walk us through the history just as a refresher for some of you and Mr. Younger, and kind of as a orientation for you to the process as well.
Right.
So just to kind of look at our agenda, what we hope to accomplish today, we're going to go over you know, the organizational accomplishments and any major internal and external developments since the 2023 strategic planning session. And I think things were maybe I don't want to say quiet, but not a lot of huge developments or actuarial changes or federal legislation this time around. Some of the previous planning sessions, we have had some pretty big developments that the board's had to respond to or plan for. I think this session may not have some of those types of things. Part of what we're going to do is provide you all as board members with the information necessary to make informed policy and resource decisions. So like Chair Elliott said, we do have some staff initiatives and some opportunities here that we want to talk about today and get the board's approval on some of those ideas. And this is also an opportunity to provide our stakeholders the opportunity to participate in the session. Folks have been invited today, and also more importantly, or as importantly, some of the folks completed a survey that we'll go over to today. So we have the survey that you all completed. We have a survey from our stakeholders and then a survey from the staff. So we've got some really good source information to help inform your decision and kind of give you a sense of how things are going and where we'd like to see things go. Then we'll establish strategic objectives for the coming strategic planning period, and we'll try to get to that at a high level today. And you probably saw in your primers, we kind of reduced this all to what we're calling a commitment worksheet. And so the board will kind of give high level guidance as far as what you'd like to see in the coming 2-year period, then I'll follow up with Executive Director Graham and kind of program that out in a commitment planning worksheet. That's then very helpful, certainly for doing Executive Director Graham's performance appraisal, because a lot of the strategic initiatives kind of land on his plate, and then those are also funneled out to staff. You know, if there's communication initiatives or responsibilities, that's going to land with Darla and Lexi, or financial responsibilities will land with Nolan, or IT initiatives will probably land with John. So everything kind of finds its way out to everybody there, and it's really helpful with our performance management process too, so we can really identify and celebrate those successes as we make them. So just want to walk you back through the history a little bit. This process started actually in 2009. And the board's been very active, proactive in doing strategic planning. Kind of the way a strategic plan works in the public sector context, you know, is we have your statutory authority and responsibilities is defined by the legislature. Within that, there's the administrative rules of Montana that kind of flesh out those statutory responsibilities. So we have those pretty big sideboards that we have to work with as a public agency. And then within that, as long as we stay within those sideboards, you can set your own initiatives, your own strategic goals, you know, how we want to conduct business, how we want to achieve our statutory authority. So even though you're a public agency, there's quite a bit of room for the board to kind of shape how you're going to achieve your statutory mission. And the board's long made the members, you know, the top priority in defining that and deciding that. So the board's been a really great representative of the public and a great representative of the membership in shaping how we're going to do business. So, you know, really the initial strategic plan, the board really kind of did an initial operational environmental assessment, defined the mission statement and the guiding principles, and established goals and objectives. And the mission statement, the guiding principles, the values are things that we're going to touch on today. They've been reviewed periodically during these strategic planning sessions, so they're in pretty good shape. And a lot of those types of things, like a mission statement, should be fairly static. It's not something you'd be changing, you know, every year, every 2 years. But we always want to take a look at it. We always want to make sure it's true and true to where we want to go. Our vision statement, kind of the same thing. A vision statement might change a little bit more than a mission statement, but again, they're typically pretty static. And the vision statement just kind of describes where we want to be, or where we're going, or what we aspire to be. And then our guiding principles, or you may hear them in some organizations referred to as our values. We'll talk about those as well. But those are all been, you know, defined and kind of refined over the years. So kind of the cycle we've fallen into is every other year, you know, after the legislative session is when the strategic planning takes place. So we did it, you know, in 2017, 2019, 2021, 2023, and here we are again in 2025. So the timing's really good because it allows you to, you know, implement any legislative changes, plan for the coming legislative session. We do check-ins then in the interim year and see how things are going with the plan implementation. So that's kind of the landscape of this whole thing and how it all fits together. Before we jump into our primer, I just want to see if anybody had any questions or comments or thoughts about where we've come or where we're going with this process.
Madam Chair, I think that when we talked this vision statement, was it that you were talking about? I think our mission statement, I think that we also need to include something like, and something that we do well and should continue doing well, is the communication with our members. I think that is one of our missions is, I don't know how to put it, but communication is a key to our mission.
Why don't we jump right to that? Thank you, Member Brown. That's a great idea. So let's jump right to our primer. I kind of covered most of the stuff on page 2. So let's look directly at page 3 on our primer. And we have our mission, vision, guiding principles, goals. And I think that's a great suggestion. I think that could fit either in our mission or in our vision, we do touch on, if you look at the vision statement, the third sentence, the vision, we're a trusted partner for retirement services and security, strive to earn the respect of members, the public, the education community, and citizens. We accomplish this by communicating effectively to our constituents, being responsive to their needs, etc. So, I think we can have a discussion. Do we think that's sufficient the way we've articulated in the vision? Do we want to consider possibly embedding that in the mission statement? What does everybody think?
How do you feel about that, Dee?
Well, I still think it is part of our vision, but I think it should be included in our mission that we will continue open communication with our members. That's our goal. And even though it's in the vision statement, I guess I see the mission and the vision sort of complementary.
Right? So one proposal could be, our mission is to promote long-term financial security for our members while proactively maintaining the stability of the system and continuing open communication with the members.
Yeah. Yep.
Where do we have our mission and vision up? Is it on the website? Is it in the hallways? Is it?
It's on the website.
It's on the website. That's where we have it.
Yeah.
What's that? Sign when you come in the door, it's over there. Okay. Is this going to? So those are kind of, I think this is easily changeable on the website. Is this? We're creating some new signage and some things.
We don't necessarily need to create a new sign, but I mean, that is what is on that sign, the website, definitely.
Okay.
And we're just gonna, if we add some language to the mission statement, the website update would be easy. There might be a sign we need to redo. Just get a Sharpie and write it in there.
That works for me.
It's 6 sign.
Yeah.
It's actually already outdated.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay. So we have to update the sign anyway. All right. Any other implications with changing that other than the update and the sign? Sean, you have any thoughts?
I mean, the only thing I would say is, it's communicating to our members is very important, and we do a good job about it, but it's really not, I don't think our statutory mission is, measured by necessarily communication. It's measured by maintaining the stability of the fund and making sure that but I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's mentioned to some degree in the vision statement already, but I don't know, usually your mission is what you're really,
Legislatively.
legislatively or constitutionally,
Why are we here?
what you're really required to do. But doesn't mean we can't add it, certainly.
Or maybe put it down as a primary in the vision.
Okay.
If we want that to be sort of constitutional as a mission statement, we could put the open communication as a primary in the vision.
Yeah.
And I even see like your point there too, is that communicating effectively to our constituents. And I think when we say our constituents, that's probably the whole state of Montana and our members and stuff, but we probably want to be even more specific there. Because we also need to communicate with the state, why is this important?
Yeah.
We shut down this system and look at how many people on rent paying now, aren't paid in your counties and communities and things like that. So,
Right.
So how did you want to change the language? So just that third sentence is what you're looking at? Is that correct? We accomplish this by communicating effectively with our constituents, but changing the way we're saying that?
Right, putting it down in the vision. Well,
Yeah.
I guess moving up that one sentence, communicating effectively up to the top, I guess would probably work.
We could even say, TRS strives to communicate effectively with our members and could communicate effectively with and earn the respect of our members.
And like our chair said, continuing with that educational community and the citizens of Montana.
Okay. So, John, would it be possible just to some type in there?
Yeah. Well, you wanna do it?
Sure.
You want to go for it?
So that is the Word doc. The challenge is you have to do it up there.
Okay,
And it is the one that you usually send it up to John.
That's
Got
what
it.
I mean, the LA that's in here.
Yeah,
The other thing that you can say is if you want to move it.
just as a grammatical piece, impacting
They just
cannot
can't
be
see it,
used
it's a little bit
as a
Okay.
verb there. It needs to be affecting members. It's not grammatically correct.
I'm looking at what,
Impacting, the very end of it, national issues impacting our members, that needs to be affecting our members.
yeah,
It can't be impacting.
Can't
Stop it.
back.
I'm gonna move
Yeah.
it for you.
Do that.
well, let's change it now.
okay.
It's a work in progress.
Joe, you know how many times I've read the vision statement since I've been here?
I rely on the librarians to help me when I have those questions.
Okay, so,
We'll need to be able to see it to give you any feedback.
Sorry. Nice enough, yeah.
that's okay. So we accomplish this or TRS strives to communicate effectively with and earn the respect of our members, the public education community and citizens of Montana. Okay, and then we accomplish this by being responsive to their needs, employing effective empowered professional staff and board well-versed in state and national issues impacting our members. And somebody mentioned there was,
This shouldn't be impacting.
Affecting
Affecting.
instead of impacting.
Yeah. Yeah, if you click on it, they'll probably tell you what it's supposed to be.
okay,
You must have Grammarly or something.
AI, don't you love it?
Yeah, it's telling you that you can't use that word.
Put a bunch of teachers in a room and
I know.
yes, it is.
it was really stressful doing this the first time when we were starting from scratch. I'm like, oh my goodness, in front of all these teachers. Back in fourth grade at the chalkboard.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what do we think about that then?
That's good.
Yeah, and I think that makes the communication initiative much more prominent and kind of right out of the gate. Okay, very good. Since we're here, why don't we take a look at our guiding principles as well? So again, this is kind of our values. So you got your mission, vision, values. Typically, every organization has that as part of their strategy. So they're in the respect and trust of our members. We adhere to high ethical standards, honesty, integrity, impartiality, dignity, respect, mutual support, service excellence. Okay,
I can't think of anything else to add on our opinion.
Right?
Go ahead,
I
Elliot.
think the talk
So-
already do for number 4.
I like all of the comments. I sometimes disagree with the idea of using the term high ethical standards. I think ethical standards are ethical standards. I don't know that there's a difference between high ethical standards and ethical standards. And if we are going to say high, what is high? What does it actually mean? So I prefer just
Let's
stating
just put
what
in
it is.
medium.
We don't say high high honesty or high integrity or high impartiality, but we use it for ethical standards. And so as far as consistency goes, I would recommend not having high ethical standards, not that we don't. It's big ethical standards are ethical standards. But
But what would you put in the place of it?
I would put ethical standards. We follow the values of ethical standards. If you're going to use a term high, I think you should define what that means. But
The opposite of low.
my 2 cents.
What does everybody think about that idea?
I think he makes a good point.
How about the word recognized ethical standards? Everybody recognizes. If it's.
I mean, the other option is to put high in front of all of
Everyone.
the other one, all of the others. A high level of dignity, a high level of respect, a high level of mutual support, high level of honesty, high level
I'm
of.
getting high.
But,
Well,
but your point is well taken, because high dignity, for example, suggests that there's something like low dignity, which
You're either
it's a
ethical.
misnomer.
Yeah. In my mind.
Mhm.
We could just say like adherence to ethical standards.
Yes.
Adhering to ethical standards.
I'm good with that.
Okay,
Great.
And
it's like repetitive.
we're leading a sentence and then speeches.
Oh,
So,
what's that?
yes,
All right.
Well, you basically, repeating.
Right.
adhere,
Just say.
Yeah, just say ethical standards.
I think.
Yeah.
we adhere to ethical standards, yeah.
And see, just by capitalizing it, that makes it high.
I think it makes it more important with the E capital.
All caps.
But just the.
And we don't wanna yell, isn't that what it used to be when you all caps an email, you're yelling at
You're
somebody, you
yelling
wanna
at
yell.
somebody, yeah.
We just wanna communicate.
Okay, excellent. Well, I think that's great. Those are some good refinements and improvements to those areas. So I want to walk you through going to our next page in our primer, and you've all had a chance to look at this, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but the way we try to structure the strategic plan, like I said, we've got our statutory authority, administrative rules, mission, vision, values. Then within that, kind of the next steps in the hierarchy are what are our goals? And then we try to break those goals down into specific objectives. And to further take it down the next steps, then each objective would have specific action items that would be
Yeah.
programmed out to staff. So
And Jim, sorry to interrupt, but
Oh, no.
under the first objective, we have that same terminology there with high ethical standards. So if we wanna be consistent, we probably should eliminate it there as well. Under the first objective.
okay,
Your goal 2.
goal 2.
You see it?
Yep, I'm with you. Thank you very much. Again, I got that there. Okay, so page 4 will goal 2, the first objective, the first bullet, promote a work environment which adheres to our principles, and we're just gonna align that with the work we just did with our values there. So thank you for that. So basically the goals are kind of the big buckets. So the goals have been pretty I don't want to say static, but the goals that were defined are broad enough, I think, to capture most of the activities that TRS is doing. So the goals we had, and this ties obviously directly to our statutory responsibility, like Sean said, is to maintain an actually sound qualified retirement plan in compliance with the Constitution, state and federal laws. The second goal is to sustain a high performance work culture and service excellence, primarily doing that through staff and board development, innovative leadership and management strategies, which is what we're doing today, and expansion of organizational capacity. I think we're still in a mode of I don't know if expansion is the right word, but we're still, refining or developing our organizational capacity. And then goal 3 was to continue and expand communication outreach with board member Brown said is obviously a huge part of what we're trying to do. So those are the three big buckets, and it's kind of an iterative process. I mean, looking forward, that seems to cover everything, but as we get through today, if we find, oh, this doesn't really fit anywhere, do we need to refine any of the goals or come back? But just looking at these on the front end, and we'll go through an operational and environmental assessment and those types of things that'll help inform this decision. But just want to make sure, give everybody an opportunity to comment on the goals, kind of on the front end of the session. And then we certainly, like I said, after we go through some of the exercises of today, can circle back and take another look at these goals. But does anything jump out at anybody, or do they look good to folks?
I would just like to say that, as being part of this for many, many times now, and when we didn't have this even, Jim has done a really good job of keeping us focused on what we were funding, what we were supporting. It's things like sending our staff and sending the board members to conferences. We want to be highly educated. We want to be, in the forefront of everything. And, especially when, we're in front of the legislature and they're saying, okay, this is what your budget looks like. This is this. Why are we spending our money the way we do? Why are we talking about what we talk about? And I think that, even with the vision, I remember when we were writing that vision, we didn't have a communications director. Now we have two, or communications part at all to this system. We've really used this to expand what we're doing as an organization. And I think it's been super helpful. So if you could think of things that we need, that you'd like to see from teachers' retirement in the future, this is where we kind of say, okay, does it fit under here? And we really had to bring that objective, because communications was huge. And as you can see, we didn't have it for years. I mean, it was John's job. It was, Dave's job before that. It wasn't.
I do have a question on that page 5 down under that goal 3 objectives, where it says research available options for TRS to promote a deferred compensation system for teachers. Is there a timeline on that? I mean, is that
So-
just an open-ended statement or what?
Really, what we've done related to that goal is when I went out last it would have been every other year. So this next spring, I'll go do all the SAM meetings. I handed out, the Impera 403 or 457 deferred comp plan information to all the superintendents that were at those meetings, and let them know, their choices are, as a third leg of the stool, because they're all participants at TRS, but as a third leg, for school districts, their choices are they can offer a 403B, or they can decide to join and utilize the 457 deferred comp plan that Impera already offers, which for a lot of them was kind of, at least the communication during the meeting was like, oh yeah, well, that makes sense, because they're already reporting all their public employee retirement people to Impera. So they have that relationship already, rather than going and finding a different third party to provide the 403B. But really that whole objective surrounds, we don't want to set up a deferred comp,
No.
or the deferred comp plan or a DC plan at TRS. It's just making sure they understand you have your Social Security, your defined benefit plan through TRS, and you should have that third leg. And we've approached it mainly from the approach of with the employers, the superintendent group, trying to just educate them, hey, this is available. If you're thinking about offering something and you're not, you can leverage the Impera 457 plan.
Well, and I guess then I would like to add at least a phrase, and communicate yearly to what? To superintendent's groups or whatever, the availability of this?
So it would be every other year. So
Every other year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Biannually.
Biannual?
Jim, while we're on that, the language in that is a little cumbersome when it says to support, to promote.
Yeah,
The deferred compensation probably says to support promotion of, or just to support the deferred compensation plan.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
Minor.
Supporting it would be promoting it, I would think.
Mhm.
Promote it?
No, supporting would be saying you're gonna promote it as well,
Yeah.
so you don't need both words.
Right. So you can just
Say,
cross out to promote a and put in the.
Okay.
And communicate it biannually?
Research
Yeah.
available options for TRS
Oh.
to support.
No,
Sorry, I don't know if I agree. I think to support something, you can support something without promoting it. If we really want
I think it's
Sean to go out there and promote it, that's different than TRS supporting it, in my mind.
Then it could say the promotion of, to support the promotion of a deferred compensation system.
Or could you say to promote? I mean, really, that.
I think that would work. Yeah, I think you
that's
can
a
get rid of
better
this
word.
Yeah.
Personal law.
Yeah.
Okay, so research.
The promote part's important to me.
Right.
I think you just cross out to support.
Okay,
Does that make sense? Dennis?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
so research available options for TRS to promote a deferred compensation system for teachers and to communicate options biannually to superintendents.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
that'll work for you, Sean?
Yep.
Okay,
great.
And, I mean, we have to understand that really that, every other year promotion's about all we can do with this. I mean, we've always struggled a little bit with like, how much of that kind of information do we put on our website? Cause that's really nothing that we offer,
Right.
you know what I mean? So it's, we have to kind of weigh the.
Yeah.
But it is also very important for people to understand, certainly as individuals, they need a third leg, but the employers, I mean, that's the approach we've taken is if, as long as they know they can offer it, it hopefully will bring more people into it.
Jim, when you were talking about goal 2, you mentioned that last line there, and expansion of organizational capacity. Is there a better word than expansion if that's not what we're doing anymore?
Well, I'd throw that out to the group, and Sean, what do you think? I mean, because we are kind of continuing to expand our organizational capacity. I mean, we, certainly when we were bringing on the communication resources, M-Trust, all of those big
The
efforts.
auditor.
Yeah, the auditor, I mean, all those efforts really did.
And we
Speak-
still have some more expansion to do.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah, I mean, I think, whether it's through staff or through augmenting our capacity with contractors, I think it'll be evident when we get into some of the comments and the management team's sort of objectives that we've laid out, that I think we're definitely going to need to do something to for documentation purposes of our processes. We have a lot of staff that are a lot of high level staff that are eligible for retirement, and just for going through it with Jim's position, Jim Malizia's position, last year. Sometimes that's not planned out as far as you'd like. So I think we need to likely contract with a technical writer type of person, just because the capacity, yes, we've doubled our communication staff, but there's that much going on to where they don't have capacity to do it. And we'll get into some of those details, but the responsive web design and the 508 compliance, which is the Americans with Disability compliance, and we have to be compliant by April of 26. And it is a huge lift. So we'll get more into that.
So expansion is the
I
right
think
word.
expansion still
Okay.
works.
and we have been talking about that for years.
We have, and we just need to, I mean, yeah, I don't want to jump too far
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the
I think
the
it's-
language came up and I figured I'd ask.
People in the meeting aren't, but since the document's not advancing on the screen, so what the top. So we're
So we're
discussing,
still looking at,
yeah.
right there was goal number 2.
I was doing, yeah.
yeah, thank you, John. I'll make sure I keep track of that. Okay, so at least for this coming cycle, expansion is still appropriate, and that may be something, when we get there, we might want to look at and just maintain our organizational capacity or something like that. But I think for now, expansion is relevant to where we're headed. And that kind of gives you a sense, like Sean said, we'll get into the details. And then if we decide we need to circle back on some of these goal statements after we program out some details, we can do that. Okay, and then, just for our folks watching along, we did modify this statement. So what we're gonna say there now is to research available options for TRS to promote a deferred compensation system for teachers and communicate options biennially to superintendent groups. Okay,
Can I ask you something, Elliot?
Yeah.
Just thinking ahead, like when you guys hire new teachers,
Mhm.
do you specifically tell them about teachers' retirement? I'm just thinking from like a
That's a
hiring
It's a great
perspective.
question. I'm going through
Yeah.
our checklist. They're filling out the TRS paperwork. I just hired a new person to bring people on.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna need to sit down and say, hey, what
Yeah.
is the conversation that we're having with
Cause
them?
I just, so many, but anyway, that was just a thought from, I don't know how many places actually communicate that part, and I was just, as I'm looking ahead.
Yeah, it's my HR department that's doing it.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not having that
It's
conversation.
just one of the things you hear from our members that I didn't even realize what teachers' retirement was. I saw this big chunk of money coming out of I thought I had a choice. I don't even know what it is. You know, you just hear that all the time. So
Yeah.
that is a goal of mine. I just wanted to quickly, there we go.
So, Madam Chair,
Process?
just so the
Yeah.
board understands, the new process within the last few years is that when a new person comes on board, you know, once they're reported to the system, they receive like a new member letter. So then
Oh.
so there's not any paperwork, there's no like,
Yeah, I didn't. think that
there's no new member form that is provided. And so they receive a new member letter and
In the mail.
and it asks them to sign up for my TRS, and then all the information, you know, is online, but there's also a new hire handout.
Oh.
So hopefully
Good.
schools are handing
Giving
those
that.
out to brand new teachers, but
And that could be
that's not
something
anything we can
That's
control.
a superintendent thing. Okay,
But we do, you know, the new
Yeah.
member letter that goes out is controlled by us, so.
I know it's on our checklist.
Yeah.
There used to be a membership form, but we.
Yeah.
This replaced that.
Yeah.
okay.
so
Thank
it
you.
sounds like the part of that that's within TRS's control is already being addressed, but
Mhm.
it's just a matter of hopefully
Yeah.
the districts then doing their part. Well, they will put that on your strategic plan to make. sure you-
Absolutely, yeah.
You're in the hot seat, man.
Well,
Hey,
and when
hey,
Sean goes-
I've been there before.
I think
Sean
that,
goes out, and talks to the superintendents, you know, just letting them know what that is and.
yeah, I mean, I definitely can touch on that, the new member handout, though, you guys basically are running that through the MASBO group, right? I mean, as far as like,
No, it's on our website and it's in our checklist. So there's a checklist that all employers should be,
right,
you know, and it kind of runs through the different, make sure that they're in a TRS reportable position, and then if they are, then, you know, once they're reported, they'll receive a new member letter, and you should give them a new hire handout, and so.
And we repeatedly mention it in memos like that.
Yeah, so I mean, it is on our, it's something that they should be giving to all new TRS members.
right, but that the actual person that's gonna be handing that is the MASBO clerk group.
Oh, yeah, like the
Yeah.
clerk of the, not
Yeah.
MASBO per se, but the clerk or business manager of each school
Yeah.
should be doing that, yeah, or the person.
Yeah.
Doing the higher packets.
Yeah, and so in my organization, that's going to one individual, and that individual is sharing it with another individual, who's a secretary in the office, who's actually doing the HR portion of it, so that information isn't getting directly to that person from TRS, it's going through one other person.
Yeah.
Or it's coming, maybe now it's coming through me to get to that person, but it's probably not going directly to that individual that's having the direct conversation.
Okay, we'll get there too, but yeah, we speak of communication.
So just a quick, and again, you've all had this in your primer, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, but this is the commitment worksheet that I referenced. So we take these goals, objectives, and then boil them down into some specific things that the staff and some things involved board are gonna do. So just to quickly walk you through this, and you see here, the way we have this structured is like, we'll have the big goal, maintain an actuarially sound qualified plan, that's in italics below. And then the specific objective related to that would be listed underneath. So the tax qualification reviews, that's every 5 years. You know, we don't put everything that's recurring on this commitment worksheet. We don't say, you know, process member applications or withdrawals. But if it's a big thing, you know, a big effort, I think it's not a bad idea to keep it on the commitment worksheet, just so we know, okay, as we're programming these other things out, we got to take this into consideration. So most of these things are, you know, specific things for the strategic planning period, but I also like to include some of the big things that might be pulling resources or that we want the board to be aware of as happening, recurring things. So the tax qualification review for FY 21 is complete. The next is in 2026, so that's in our strategic planning period. The interim study is complete, so I think that one will probably be coming off the worksheet.
Yep.
The experience study, again, that's gonna be a big effort, and that's gonna be, I guess, started this month. Is that right, Sean?
So that begins right after we get the results of our val, so it'll start in October,
Okay,
but it'll be completed and presented to the board in May.
okay, so I'll update that to say starts in
And
October.
that tax qualification review is going to begin likely around November. We're waiting for the MCAs to be updated and available, you know, through the code commissioner, so that Ice Miller is looking at our latest, greatest statutes.
Can we just go back up to that first one really quickly? At the last line says discontinue if IRS resumes doing qualification letters. Is this an old process of how this worked and now it
Yeah.
has changed to this?
It is, so, the last time we had a cycle, I think it was cycle C filing, I was here, so it would have been, we actually got the qualification letter from the IRS in 14 or 15, and then they stopped providing that service.
Okay.
And so we've only had one other, so 5 years ago, we had Ice Miller do this, go through and basically do kind of what the IRS would do. Make sure that our plan terms, which is our statutes and in the constitutional requirements and the federal requirements, that we are following them and everything that we need to be doing. So it's a good sort of peace of mind, because otherwise the only way that you're gonna find out is if you think you're following everything you're supposed to do, especially the federal regulations, is if you get audited and you find out you weren't. So this is a good way to do that. And then unless we had a pretty drastic change to our statutes, I think you can request private letter ruling from the IRS, but we really haven't had anything that rises to that level that has happened, you know, in the last 10 years. So this is an avenue to give, you know, sort of give us all peace of mind that we are following all the requirements we're supposed to.
Got it. Thank you.
And, you know, it is already scheduled. I mean, Jim and I have talked to Audra Ferguson at Ice Miller, and, you know, we did just our agreement right now is to wait until the MCAs are updated so that they can, you know, see it rather than trying to go look at the you know, 5 or 6 bills that impacted us last session. It'll just all be in our code. And it's, you know, they agreed also to keep it at the same price, which was 7,000, which is actually, you know, as a flat fee service, and it's pretty good because their hourly rate, what is it now, Jim, about $400 an hour or something?
At least depending on the individual, some closer to 6.
Yeah, so it is you know, I think it's a good value.
You're in the wrong business.
Well, I'm not an attorney. Certainly not a tax attorney.
Excellent question, discussion. Thank you. So shifting down, we'll drop down, shift gears to kind of our next goal category, which is the high performance work culture and service excellence. I've got an objective there about identifying, cataloging, prioritizing IT enhancements. We're going to talk about that today, and that's probably, I mean, that's an ongoing effort. We're probably going to refine that exact language, but continuing to work on IT issues is going to be an issue. The online retirement application, again, we'll talk today a little bit about some online security functions and things we're going to do that'll support that. The responsive web design, like Sean said earlier, that's going to be expanded to encompass 508 compliance. Did I say that right? Yes. So we'll probably touch that one a little bit. Business process and workflow improvements. Again, I think that's probably going to stay, but that may be refined a little bit. Certainly our procedural documentation for each team. And I'm sorry, I'm on page 7. I'm not keeping up here with this. So here we are, procedural documentation for each team. We're going to refine that as well. We've got some good documentation in our IT team, and we want to just get to that same level with some of our other programs. And then we do have some succession planning considerations that are coming into that too. And like Sean alluded to, we probably are going to need some resources to help get that effort completed.
May I interrupt for a moment?
Absolutely.
I'd like to talk about probably the most important thing the thing that's most important to me in this meeting today. The one deficit that I see in MTRS at this point is what you alluded to in terms of communicating what we do. In our mission statement, it says to promote long-term financial security. Well, part of that is making sure that our system is actuarially sound. But another very important part of that is communicating how the TRS system works to our members. And when we talk about the member handout, for example, Nolan, that goes out, I wonder if in that member handout, there are referenced individuals at TRS such that if a new teacher, for example, goes online to try to determine how their system works and has additional questions or needs additional clarification, if there's somebody specifically at TRS that they can go to reference to get those questions answered. And I also wonder things like, I wonder if we could train their HR staff in a better way. If by promoting long-term financial stability, we could more proactively get involved with HR people, say at your school, to teach them how to have a brief seminar, even create the content for it, so that they can teach new teachers exactly how important their long-term retirement is to their career and make sure they understand it in detail. So I just bring that up at this point, not because I have answers, but because I think it's potentially the biggest deficit we have in promoting long-term financial stability is how to communicate the importance of TRS to those new teachers.
Similar to what the chair was talking about
Yes.
earlier.
Madam Chair, we do have TRS 101 and we built that specifically for that purpose. That's one thing. And then the website, especially the new one, it will be a little bit easier to find that kind of information. What is a DB pension? But yeah, we do. I say right up front in the TRS 101, I'm going to explain to you why this is an important part of your compensation package and why it's valuable to you. So it is part of our, not necessarily that new member handout, which might be too early for them to fully grasp all that, but it is part of the outreach we do. So.
Is there an app for that?
Pardon me?
Is there an app for that?
An app.
We don't know.
No.
It is on our, so there's a video of it on our
It's great.
website.
The video's great.
And when we, Darla does that presentation at the MEAMFT annual conference, but we also do it as webinars as well. So at least half a dozen times a year in total that
We always have a
we
video.
schedule those webinars for, and it's geared for early to mid-career TRS members, and it really is instructional about what, why this defined benefit is important, that your membership isn't optional, those kinds of things.
And that's why I asked, is there an app for that? Because young people use apps. They don't go to their computer like I do.
Yeah, I mean,
The
TRS
new
doesn't have-
website's gonna be more device able,
yes, it will.
so they'll still be able to use their devices, telephones. But as an actual app, that would be.
Just yesterday, Lexi was working on the code to embed the video right on the page instead of making them go to YouTube. I mean, it still plays from YouTube, but yeah.
Yeah, good.
Then one other element, Member Chamberlain was talking about is there someone specifically identified at TRS? I think that was in the initial communication.
Our presentations do provide phone numbers for the benefit officers. Our new website, we're required to have a staff directory that says what each department does. The danger of putting a person's name in a handout like that is it changes.
Yeah.
So
Like maybe just a department or something that
I think it does say, well, TRS was in question.
it brings up a bigger problem is many, unfortunately, many of these young teachers don't even know what they don't know. So they don't think to ask. It reminds me of my father, just a quick story. He was a 33-year member of the National Guard, and 6 months before he retired, they decided to offer a seminar on how the financial plan worked that he was involved in for 33 years. So I just don't want us to have that problem at TRS. It's trying to figure out ways to outreach and stimulate these new teachers to understand and comprehend how important it is to know and understand their retirement plan is crucial. So just,
We do the best we can.
So
If I may.
those education materials are definitely available to every member
Yeah.
multiple times per year throughout their entire career. So, I mean, you all probably remember when you first started your first year teaching, you know, those of you that are teachers, and how much time you had to think about retirement for that first 6 months.
Zero.
It was probably not.
$4,000 a year that year?
Yeah. You know, so it may not be until they've been, you know, in the system for 2 or 3 years, but that's why we have that 101 and we offer it, you know, half a dozen of times per year. So that when they have time to be interested and want to be educated, it is available. And then certainly on the other end of it, when they're ready to retire, we do those ready, set, retire presentations, and our benefit officers walk them through, you know, when you're 5 years out, 3 years out, the year of. These are kind of the time frame.
yeah,
A lot of schools have early release, and maybe that could be one of those things we just get a hold of HR and say, hey, you wanna, during your early release, watch the TRS videos.
it's also why I believe that sustaining the defined benefit program is so valuable, so important, because these young teachers would, you know, otherwise, if they had to manage it on their own through a defined contribution plan, or could choose not to even make contributions, they would be in a world of hurt, many of them down the road. So for what it's worth, just throw that in.
I know John was trying to say something. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Board Member Chamberlain, just, you had mentioned about training HR staff at the schools, and we have 260 active within the last year. School district logins to our employer portal. 90 of the accounts were created within the last 12 months, but it's just indicative of the turnover that we see at the school districts.
Wow.
Is that's a very significant percentage of, so out of 260 active within the last 12 months that have signed into our employer portal, 90 of those accounts were created within the last 12 months. And we see that on a weekly basis, the number of new wage and contribution clerks, and you know, a lot of times that's the same as the HR staff as well. So
The aging
we see
education.
that a lot.
Yeah,
There
that's a
is
big
opportunity
problem.
there, for sure.
There definitely is.
Some systems I know at the P2F conference actually make, you know, the school business managers or those reporting to the system go through some sort of educational sort of to qualify to even be able to log in and do the reporting. I don't know how that would work in our, but it's, I mean, there are systems that do have sort of an educational program to make them qualify to even start reporting so that they kind of have a better grasp of the system and how it works, but it's with the turnover, it's really difficult. I mean, you obviously need to get the contributions, and
Yeah.
sometimes there's only one point of contact at each school, you know, so.
Jim, did you have something to say too?
Yeah, both hearing this conversation and with my experience with Impera, I think one of the big challenges is getting that information through the employer to the individual. And often, just like people need to open their mail, all this information coming at members while they're either starting up or going through their lives is white noise. And I think perhaps a strong opportunity to pass these learning tools along is when someone comes to a clerk and says, where's that 8 or 9% a year coming out of my paycheck going? Why can't I keep this?
Yes.
And those questions filter through to us at times. But I think at those moments, that might also be a time an employer can say, staff as a whole, let's talk about this, maybe not just the individual. Because when it's not a pointed question coming from me as a member, it's not sticking. And so maybe there's just a different way to work with employers to have a prompt for this information to be distributed and say, here's why it's important now that you're thinking about it.
Wish we had a PIR in their third year, but they had to achieve. Second year.
So is there any possible initiatives swirling around here, or anything we want to put on our radar as far as better educating employers or school business managers, or having some sort of prompt, or do we think we're covering that? I mean,
Well, that's why I brought it up under the goals and objectives there, where it says high performance work culture and service excellence. It says down here, establish metrics for certain enhancements where appropriate to illustrate the return on investment. I'm wondering if it might be pertinent to include another sentence in there about outreach or communication. But we've already included that now in the mission, not the mission, but the vision.
Vision.
So I guess I just bring it up again to make us all aware of how important it is to continue looking at opportunities to enhance our capacity to educate the teachers about the importance of their retirement.
okay,
So I'm not sure there's justification for adding another sentence there or not. Just wanted to bring it up.
okay. And we will have, as we get to our third goal, communication and outreach. And I'm wondering if we might want to, as we look at those objectives, maybe there's something we could do. And I don't, give staff a chance to think about it, but maybe another touch point with business managers, or like Jim was saying, empowering them or nudging them or pushing them to, take those opportunities to pass the learning along, or somehow, like Nolan was saying, school business managers going through an education. I mean, I don't think we'd want to require them to certify before they can enter stuff. We don't want a barrier there, but maybe there's some way to compel some sort of touch point. And without a whole lot of additional effort on TRS's part, but maybe there's
Well,
a,
because it is available. It's just getting them to know where, and like you said, new teachers don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
They just don't.
Well, the
So I
second,
just I always think, you look at your paycheck and you see this huge amount of money going somewhere, but you're not sure where it is. I mean, that always has blown my mind, but there's a lot of people. I mean, I cannot tell you how many people are 26 years into it and are like, I didn't realize I was gonna have a retirement for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Madam Chair, here's an
Yes.
example that just happened last year. I was contacted by a Billings School District for their PIR days. They said it was 145 new teachers.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to drive to Billings and do a presentation. And I said, well, the TRS 101, we can do it as a webinar and it takes 45 minutes. And they said, oh, 15.
Yeah.
So they had the idea to include it in PIR days, but then they have so much to do. So I said, here's a video. I did the best I could, but that's the barrier, I think, is getting the information through the employer to the member.
well, and I think a lot of the barrier in rural Montana is, a lot of us don't have HR departments.
Yeah.
I mean, the teachers and the principal are basic to most little schools across
Yeah.
Montana.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can, Darla and Nolan can make you all copies of what that welcome letter is and what that I mean, I think the approach we're using right now, where once they're reported, we have wages reported for a brand new member, then we do an individual contact to them. I mean, granted, it's through the mail. But that's, I think, the best way to know for sure we're getting in their hands. This is what you are now a member of the teachers retirement system. This is what we are and what we do. School district employees, clerks are very busy. I mean, I think from the smallest school to the biggest school, and for us to try to rely on them being the ones to sort of do our education it's not going to work.
Mhm.
And even going out, I mean, we've learned over the last 2 years, when we go out and do our, in-person outreach that we do, those have been miserable, like they've been a miserable failure the last couple of years. We're getting, 10 people in a district where we should have 100 showing up for some of those meetings. So, I mean, part of what we'll see further in here is the webinars are very well attended because you can attend it from anywhere, you can attend, if you're in Baker, you can attend it. If you're in Kalispell, you can attend it, and you can attend it on the day that works for you out of the 5 or 6 options we give you. And it's both TRS 101, which is early, brand new members and mid-career members, as well as Ready, Set, Retire for those that are getting ready to retire. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're doing everything perfect, but we do a lot. I think we're targeting them at the right time. Like you're now a brand new member. Now, whether or not they decide to look any further into what TRS is and go to our website, set up their My TRS account or not, that might happen that first month, or it might happen 5 years later or 10 years later. It's all we can do is make it available.
I didn't know that letter went out, so that was very good information for me. I mean, that's excellent. I mean, that's really what we can do as a system.
I'd like an example of it.
I can give you those right now. I mean, it is possible that we could, when a new account for an employer is set up, we could maybe do a prompt where we send out something to those new.
It'd even be a tutorial.
Yeah, some sort of tutorial that we send out to new employers. That's something we haven't done in the past.
Well, yeah, we could. The ideal place to point them would be to an updated employer handbook, which we don't have.
Yeah.
The lack of.
But we do have the MASBO presentation that would be helpful, and then maybe even just the 101 so that they understand what TRS is. So if any members say, hey, what's the. But
And I have looked at.
I mean,
those and they are
like
cool.
Sean said, there's, especially a brand new clerk or business manager is overwhelmed already, and they probably see that email and it's right in the junk on the delete, so I mean, you never know.
A lot of feedback on, oh, I didn't get that memo.
Yeah.
It
It
their
is,
job's overwhelmed.
Yeah.
but that is something that we could definitely consider internally, me and Darwin could.
We'd love to see that. Thank you.
But I'll go grab those examples for the new hire handout, the new member
Yeah.
letter, and I'll grab that.
Thank you.
Okay. And then when we get to the outreach piece, we can maybe talk about what Nolan just said, in a new account for employers set up to have some sort of touch point with the tutorial. Which could, like I said, we need to get our employer handbook updated, and then maybe the MASBO presentation, the 101. There's always the danger it'll just be another email that they delete or ignore, but we can talk maybe a little bit more at that phase about what that might look like. So I'll make a note to revisit that when we get to that phase. Okay, so just going back to our high performance work culture and service excellence, we'll continue with the formal strategic planning. Talks about maintaining best practices and system security. So again, that's something we're going to talk about today. The ID me or ID verification. That's going to stay on there. Succession planning will continue to be a priority. And then maintaining our pay plan continues to be a priority. And I know Sean and Tammy have been working on that, and that needs to be prominent. Some of the other things as we move into, sorry for this scrolling, we kind of move into communication and outreach. So we talked about the executive director and board member attendance at school superintendent meetings. Is that something that'll be ongoing, Sean, or was that kind of a one-time? I know we've got it marked as completed, but is that something we're going to continue to do?
So every other year, that is, so it will fall into this fiscal year 26 in the spring.
Okay. And have board members been able to participate in those as well?
One day. You went.
I'm Adam.
I didn't,
Yeah, you came to one.
He's good about letting us know when they're close.
there was a lot of good questions that were answered there. Sean did a really good job.
Good, okay. We'll also continue external communications, staff attendance at conferences, collaboration with our affiliates, some of which we'll be talking about today, and attendance at conferences. Continue to promote communication with members and employers about system functions. I mean, this maybe is where what we were just talking about kind of fits in, you know, in this additional touch point that Nolan was talking about. So I think that's something we can possibly talk about refining when we get to cleaning up the goals and everything today, and maybe an additional touch point there. Continue with the member surveys to inform our strategic direction, and Darla's been doing a great job with that, and we have some preliminary information we're going to share with you today, but I think that survey is kind of in its infancy. There's, you know, we're just on the front end of it, so we don't have a ton of results, and I think we'll probably get some more results. You were thinking maybe in the fall, Darla, is that kind of?
Yes, as of yesterday, there were only 10 more responses from when you collected that information. And then I was hoping that Kim Popham from MFPE would be here today, but I can reach out to her, and what normally happens is they agree to use their email lists for our shared membership, and they can distribute that information and help promote it to, you know, to those members. Because as we've talked about before, we don't have a way to reach everybody by email. That's a bigger discussion, but so we rely on their help. And they also have a vested interest in making sure all their members understand TRS, and so they do usually help us by distributing the link for the survey. And so, but it is something we have to rely on them for and ask nicely, so.
And that
I will
could go
do that.
through Sam as well, since all the administrators would be part of that.
Yeah, that's good.
I think so. I mean, I'm sure Rob Watson would do that.
I think that would be a good idea, because not all teachers are in the union.
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about smaller schools, there's some that don't even have a union presence in the school.
Yeah.
Darla, don't members also receive a notification when they become fully vested?
We do, there was a process, Tammy knows more about that, but there is something that happens at the
Okay.
vested stage.
With kind of a reminder on it, don't forget to make sure you understand your retirement plan or.
They do get a vested letter. I mean,
Okay.
and we're gonna come back through all these, right, and refine them. And, you know, because we've added other things too, like the GABA letters, you know, that go out automatically to let those that are retired know that they're gonna get their increase. There's a few different milestone anniversary letters that go out, that are kind of more related to, required minimum distributions. As people are getting up there close to the required minimum distribution age, they'll get at a certain ages. So we've done a lot, and there's a lot in place in this area of like sort of targeted touch bases with our membership based on certain, like whether they're brand new or they just are investments in 5 years, so on and so forth.
It's frustrating. It's obvious that you're doing everything you can. It's just to take a 25-year-old teacher and make them concerned about what's gonna happen when they're 65 is just a challenge.
Yeah.
That's
Any 25-year-old
Exactly.
teacher or not.
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is
Thank you.
the new hire handout that they should get from the employer, because it's, you know, it's one of our forms that's available.
Yep.
And then-
on the checklist.
Yeah, and then there's, below that is an example of a letter that a member would receive. You know, once they are reported to the system, so.
Oh, that's good.
Good education, and it tells them exactly what to do and gets them to take action.
It's short and sweet. I like that.
Didn't know we had a teacher that's living in Tampa, Florida, though.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'd have to look into that. That's probably why it was returned.
So it's good. There's three things you should do as soon as possible. We should put that in bold.
They are.
Those are. And they
Great.
Yeah, those are great. Okay, that's good to know.
Those are good.
Right. All right, then just going through, just kind of reporting out on what we've accomplished, communication outreach, we've hired our communication professional, Lexi. So we're there, and we'll talk today about the contracted services to develop our manuals. So that's basically been completed, and we're gonna refine that and talk about it. We already talked about options for TRS to support and promote deferred compensation and communicate biannually, so I'll refine that. So we have. Should be it, yeah, so we've reported out on everything we've done, so. Now I think unless anybody had any comments or questions, we've got about 20 minutes before our break. I'd like to jump into some of our strategic plan considerations. So as we look, just some updated statistics there. This is fiscal year 24. That was the most current data I could find, Sean, but we had about 50,600 active and active retired members. I don't know if that number's, I assume, grown or.
Only slightly, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the 25 numbers won't be available until they're published in October.
Okay.
So 1 out of 20 people in the state of Montana.
Yeah, and I think, obviously the retirement system for people who aren't members, but just people who are involved in the economy can see that it's quite a return. $1.47 in economic activity for every dollar paid out. So I think that's a real strong point to communicate to the public and the taxpayer about the importance of the system. 444 million benefits. I can't do the math, but that's going to be quite a bit more than 444 in economic activity. So that's great. I probably, unless anybody wants to, I don't know that I'll spend any time going through the board policies or Title 19, the administrative rules. Jim, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say about any of that. I mean, I think everybody's familiar with that. So unless anyone wanted to take a deep dive into any of that, I don't know that that's necessary.
I don't have anything to add there.
Okay. Everybody's familiar with our statutory authority and responsibility and the administrative rules. Sean, I don't know if you want to speak to some of the recent state legislation and this, I pulled a lot of this just right out of the great newsletter. So I give due credit to Darla for this update here, but again, I don't think there's anything earth shattering, a lot of kind of just cleanup and housekeeping, but Sean, just want to give you a chance to speak to that.
Yeah, well, we had our own legislation, which was our housekeeping bill, where we did our, things that we had been reviewing since last August, right? And then there were a couple, three working retiree bills, all, fairly minor things related to giving employers access to working retirees to help them through, the challenges they're having hiring people. The biggest thing was House Bill 924, which, we supported, certainly. It was not something that we brought ourselves forward. It was a variation of initiative that was brought forward by the governor. It sort of got, it didn't end up in the governor's bill, but it's all the same sort of main pieces. And what it did was it created a pension reserve fund. They started what's called the GO Trust, and there's a pension part of that trust. And so that trust is already working at this point. They put about $300 million in that, and there's plans to continue to add to it. And what that's going to be for is if we do run into a couple of years of less than ideal economic impact to the system, where our market rate of return is below, or let me make sure I phrase it correctly, where our inception to date return, if it were to fall below our assumed rate for 2 years in a row, we could access up to 25% of whatever's in that trust. So it really is a rainy day fund for the retirement systems if we ever needed. In addition to that, they increased employer contributions by 0.1% each year for 20 years. So that's 2% over a 20-year period. Well, we would get additional employer contributions, which will obviously help pay down the unfunded liabilities of the system. So when the actuary looks at that, we're assuming we're gonna hit 7.3. So where he's not going to assume that we're ever going to have to tap into the reserve fund portion of it. But these additional contributions make an impact right away because he can forecast we're gonna get an additional 0.1% of payroll each year for 20 years. So it will help our amortization period and our funded status.
Director Graham, is that invested by the Board of Directors as Board of Investments as part of their overall strategy, or is it separately invested more conservatively?
So that is, right now, that question is still being determined. I think the intent of the legislature was for that to be able to be invested more similar to how our cap is invested.
Right.
Rather than how some of the other trust funds are invested where they have to be more conservative. I think there's an inquiry into the Department of Justice at this point, the Attorney General's office, to get a ruling on that.
Did any of those bills have sunsets on them? At 359 and 158, 349?
Yes, yeah, they did. So some of them already had, some of those portions of law already had sunsets, but I think all of them actually had a sunset date.
Is that something we should look at as
Yeah,
part of our
so,
future?
yeah, when these sunsets come up, we'll definitely be
Okay.
discussing them. House Bill, or not House Bill, 1927-32, which is the emergency provision that employers use if they can't find somebody to fill a position. And we allow somebody with 27 or more years of service credit to go back and with no limit on what they earn. It already has for sure a sunset date. And we'll be reviewing that when prior to that's in the fall leading up to that, whether or not it's something we want to, recommend that let's keep it, let's bump that sunset out, or let's hope it goes away. I mean, it'll be stuff we discuss. Yeah.
All right.
Looked like some were ways out, like 359, looked like it was 2029.
Yeah.
Said on that, so it's a couple of them look like they're ways out.
Chair Elliott, board members, something that I think should be added to the governing laws and policies is a direct reference to Article 8, Section 15 of the Constitution. I mean, that's the highest law in our land, and that's what we're here for, is protecting the pensions as required under our state constitution.
Thanks, Jim.
Where would they be?
Section B, under strategic plan considerations, governing laws and policies.
Okay.
And that is captured under statute, which we referenced, but given that that is what statute flows from, I think that should be a primary reference.
You said Article 8, Section
15.
Okay.
So, thank you very much, Jim. I'll add that to our document. Okay. Very good. We're moving right along. So the next thing I want to take some time to look at before we take a break here is the stakeholder survey. So we're very, very fortunate to have Shelley Turner from MASBO, Kim Popham from MFPE, and Marilyn Hammer from MREA, who's also with us today, complete the survey. So Marilyn, thank you very much for your time doing that. We also invited a number of other folks you can see there to participate. We didn't quite get as many of those other folks participating this year as we had hoped. And also invited those folks to the session. So again, I want to thank Marilyn for her time being with us here today. The questions we had was, kind of get a confidence in the TRS in meeting long-term needs of its members, the most significant opportunities to serve, what do we see as potential risks, any other trends or issues they'd like you to be aware of, and any recommendations for the board. So if you'll look on your primer, and I'll try to jump back. I'm trying to see what page we're on here. Just want to take a little bit of time to go through it. So it's the first attachment. If we just jump back to the end. Apologize for scrolling, just avert your eyes.
So is it page 20?
Page.
Page 20.
Okay. So, just want to walk you through this. So. Probably as good a confidence score as we could hope for. People are very, confident in the long-term needs of the members. We've got some question two, some great suggestions there. Assisting payroll managers, the reporting and submitting information, and I do think Sean mentioned we are going to be working on a handbook.
The only problem with this confidence score is the scale goes to 12.
That is a problem, yes, yes. We'll have to talk to the survey.
You ready about changing it to 11?
Yeah. It goes to 11, yeah. So yeah, we didn't get any 11s or 12s, so we'll talk to Spinal Tap about that.
Notice. A numbers guy.
Yeah.
So we have the one opportunity about assisting payroll managers, and the more we can interact with the served by TRS, the better. Again, I think that aligns with Board Member Brown's comments earlier. Potential risks, and we've already touched on this, the high turnover rates, and Darla and Nolan talked about that. And I don't know if this means high turnover rates of teachers or high turnover rates of school officials. Shelley's not here to clarify that.
I think it would be this.
Referring to.
Yeah, school officials.
Yeah, okay, so we've got that on our radar, I think. Jim. Oh. Thank you, John. There's always legislators who want to change TRS. I think that's something that any public retirement system needs to be cognizant of about the state and federal level. It's and defined benefits are always being scrutinized in that regard.
I actually don't think it's a bad thing to be scrutinized.
Right. Right.
I mean, it's taxpayers' money, and taxpayers are aware and concerned and want to know where their taxpayer dollars are going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Again, Kim's not here, but legislation and messaging that the system's not as healthy as it is, but I think, getting the message out, we've got a good, healthy system. And I think even just some of the things Sean talked about today with the actuarial assumptions and the rainy day account and stuff does nothing but strengthen the system.
I actually hope we don't ever have to use the rainy day account, and that will show our strength.
Right.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, and then a few other items, any other trends or issues you'd like the board to be aware of? Continuing education for users was a highlight there. And then any recommendations for the board? Thank you for your time and efforts. Make sure people are informed and educated. Marilyn, since you're on the line, John, would it be possible? Marilyn, did you have any comments or anything you'd like to add or anything you'd like to say at this phase? You're muted, Marilyn.
Okay, I'm sorry. One of the things that's always facing our retired educators that I represent is they're continually worried about losing part of their retirement. A decrease in what they get in retirement. And so that's what I'm just going to bring up to you now. And you can tell them, no, and that's still a worry for all of them.
And thank you for your time with that, Marilyn. That I agree with you. It's like there's a lot of misinformation out there, and it's hard to determine what is and is not correct. And I'm sure a lot of people hear a lot of things. So You know, we talk a lot about our teachers, our new teachers and our members, but if you can think of other ways that we can communicate with our retired members as well, let us know.
I think we
I-
always, I think we always need to remember that once given, it can't be rescinded. So I think just knowing that's the drumbeat we need to say. These are not going away. They are guaranteed through MCA and the Constitution, and nobody's gonna take them away. So get that out of your mind, because it isn't gonna happen.
Well, that's one of the things I keep telling them. It's like a contract you sign when you retire, you know what I mean? For what you would get from retirement, but that still continues to be a portion of our retirees saying they're worried.
Well, there are a lot of people that always say, what if, but until what if happens, it didn't happen.
Great, okay, and Don, I don't think we had any of our other stakeholders on the line, is that correct? Shelley or Kim aren't there?
No, there was one person I can't identify that's been on the line for a while though. If I find them.
Okay. Okay. All right, well, so great information from our stakeholders, both in the survey, and really appreciate Marilyn's comments. So I think what we'll do now is take about a 15-minute break. Madam Chair, if that's okay with you.
That is fine with me.
And then we'll get back and we'll jump into the staff survey and the board survey, and then start looking at some of our environmental assessment. We'll kind of walk through that again, then start looking at some goals.
Okay. So we will pause the meeting for a moment and come back at 10:15. Well, I will call the meeting back to order. We'll get ourselves back online, and with the strategic planning, we are going to go back to page 11 and just kind of look at the summary of the staff survey, and then we'll jump ahead to page. What page that is, but it's not numbered, but it's after, anyways. After the last one, the affiliate stakeholder responses, then there's a staff response there.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the staff survey, like Chair said, we'll look at the summary here and then jump back and look at the actual survey. But we asked staff to provide feedback on about 5 different questions. How do they feel TRS communicates clearly and transparently? And again, Member Brown, we want to keep that prominent. You know, we want staff's feedback on that. And I think surveying it also keeps it on the forefront of staff's mind. What are our strengths? What are some weaknesses, areas we can improve? How can we better serve customers, and any other topics that we should address during the session today? So some of the themes included to continue appreciation for TRS's dedication to customer service, the importance of improving and streamlining our internal processes, online access to forms applications. We'll also talk about, I think the effort to document our processes may also lend to some streamlining. And then our need to look at staff workloads and communication practices across active and retired payroll teams. So then we just want to jump back. I think it's toward the end there. If you look in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see attachment to TRS staff survey. So had a pretty good turnout. You see we had, looks like about 18 staff participated in the survey. Just want to kind of scan through question 1. How consistently do we feel TRS communicates? So again, looking very good there, and all the time, most of the time is pretty much where we're falling out. And I think when we get to the member survey, it's gonna agree with this. I think, even though we're on the front end of the member survey, I think we're gonna see the same thing there. So some of the strengths, our leadership, our customer service, the people, the employees, I think people think that, keeping members well informed in an accurate and timely manner. TRS is a lean operation, there's pros and cons to that. I think makes it easier to navigate change, but also when you have a lean organization, turnover is a bigger deal. You know, we don't have 3 or 4 people redundancies. Let's see, the benefits are solid there. Again, customer service and fees for members. So our customer service is really, I mean, I just see that theme again and again, and I think the communication and the staff focus on customer service seems pretty solid there.
I like the response number 12 there.
Yes. Yeah.
Cause that's what I get, is how wonderful everybody is when they contact people here, how helpful.
That's great.
And we do have quite a bit of longevity. I mean, there are some of our entry-level positions, it's just the nature of the beast in the state government. People get their foot in the door and it's pretty natural for them to progress. Sometimes you have to leave, right? And so that's really where we see our turnover, is those entry-level positions. But beyond that, our sort of retention and longevity is really good at TRS with staff.
Great. Okay, so lots of strengths and certainly some recurring themes, and not only agreement among staff, but I think we're going to see agreement among the board and our members as well on the customer service and communication issues. Internal weaknesses are processes we can improve. Better communication, I think that's something we can always do. Training is something we can always improve, any organization. So there may be some opportunities to talk about there. The move to electronic records, and I think electronic business processes, which is certainly something that's on our radar. Imaged files, I think that's probably the similar theme as electronic records. Not demanding original forms and wet signatures in 2025, so we're going to talk about some of that today. Some of the online business processes. Internal audits is an area we can continue to improve. That's a fairly new function. You know, Nolan, I don't know if you want to speak at all with the auditing function, or how that's going along, or.
I mean, Chris has been, you know, a little over 2 years, I believe, and she. Or actually, maybe she's coming up on 3 years, I think, in her position, and she's doing all external audits. She does about 36, or that's the goal, is to complete 36 audits a year, which is, you know, about 3 per month. And, you know, obviously the bigger employers take a lot longer, and some of the ones with a lot more issues take a lot longer, and some of the smaller schools are very quick. So, yeah. I think it's been really, I mean, she certainly finds a lot of errors that we have been able to fix before people get to retirement, which is good, so.
Yeah, so really the focus of that role is the external audits, and with the internal audit, I mean, is that something the legislative auditors are more focused on, or something that TRS would get involved in, or?
Well, certainly the legislative audit division, they're conducting the same kind of audit that we had, like somebody specifically assigned to do internal auditing, and they would be looking at the similar things. Our sort of biggest bang for our buck as far as actually getting improvements out of things right now is more on the external auditing, where we're auditing employers. I mean, we're seeing that is something that's necessary. I think if we were in a position where we were having multiple findings of internal control weaknesses or various things at TRS, then maybe we would want to make that a higher priority for internal auditing. But I mean, Nolan, unless you disagree, I don't think I don't think there's a lot of value to add to the organization in that space right now. I think it's mostly external audits.
Yeah, I don't disagree. We do some internal auditing in the accounting unit itself. So, you know, I make sure that the, you know, monthly and lump sum payrolls, you know, actually what goes out in savers, which is the actual money going out, you know, balances with what Trust says is going out.
Yeah.
So those types of things, and then of course, Ally just spot checks 3 or 4 members every month that have retired, and make sure that all the paperwork that, we say is gonna be in imaging is in imaging, and so that, all the, you know, i's are dotted and t's are crossed, and so.
Great, thank you very much, Nolan and Sean. So the other issues we have there is the training resources, and training's come up a couple times, and again, the procedure manuals. So we're kind of hearing a recurring theme there to really get our procedures documented, and I think that's going to support some of these training needs as well. So, and then, some coverage issues and workload issues. Again, I think some of that's pretty typical for a lean organization. So those are some things we'll be talking about today as well. So certainly some opportunities articulated here. Again, we're going to see recurring themes about manuals or procedures, centralized knowledge bank, helping cross training. And again, I think as we get procedures documented and getting that stuff warehoused somewhere, that's a common point for everything. Always opportunity to align teams, training arising again, mostly tied to training manuals, and staff too are a little concerned about, some of our key staff members being eligible for retirement. And then so many manual paper-based processes really seems to be a major theme. So I do see some common themes and common opportunities for improvement. And I think all of those things are on our plate for today to talk about.
There again, I don't think we need to create a new wheel. I think there are opportunities within, state government to come up with some training ideas and some manual ideas targeted for this department, don't you think?
I guess the thing I would say about training here is, and when I'm done, I would ask Tammy to chime in as well. So training at TRS is really handled by the functional group supervisor primarily, and that work group. And, I think a lot of this where they say there's no training, what they're really saying is there's no step-by-step manual. Because I know for a fact, I've watched with my own eyes and ears, the training is happening, and it happens for those that need it the most. It's been happening very frequently. And to say that there's no training, or that the training isn't effective, it to me it's a little bit of a stretch. Now there are things that we deal with. If you just look at retirees and the various working retiree provisions we have, and depending on when you first were an independent contractor, maybe there's no limit on how much you can earn, versus now you have to be reported and you're under the allowable earnings limit, and how those things sort of shift over time. A lot of it is so dependent upon the specific individual, what their situation is as to what actually applies to them, that you can't spell it out every way from Sunday. You would have a book that's bigger than the Montana Code Annotated, that obviously also should be something that our staff is looking at and referring to. You're never going to be able to spell it all completely. Now, they all have a, sort of document or, things that have been passed down that, that they need to be taking notes on. And that's what we want to do, is let's capture all of those kinds of things and get it updated, sort of. It's not going to maybe formally be a desk manual, but it'll be something similar to that, where these are the procedures for this functional group, at least in an outline form with, some particulars, so that we make sure we're hitting all the major steps correctly. But there's still always going to be some exceptions to the rule. They're just hard.
I totally get that. What I read into that, Sean, was that some people are really good auditory learners and some people are visual learners. And I think that was probably of the visual learners who needed the black and white.
Yeah. And as far as are there programs within the state that can provide that? I mean, I think our process is even like, we can't just one for one take Paris stuff because
Right.
their statutes and their, the limitations they have are completely different in some respects than ours are. So I think we need to utilize the subject matter experts we have here, and we probably need to leverage some outside contractor time to come in and document it for us. I mean, we have a lot of it, and I don't think it's something that's going to take forever to get done.
Yeah.
I think they can move through it fairly quickly. It's just our staff, our communication staff doesn't necessarily have the time to do it right now. And the other where we get stretched is our experts. They have to take time out of the work they're doing, which they're already pretty busy, to participate in this effort. And it's something that I feel strongly we just need to do it, because we have, you think about retired payroll, that month-end payroll, we're sending out $45 million a month. It has to be right, and that process needs to be documented, and the individual that largely knows that inside and out is probably going to retire in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Tammy, you've been online all morning. Do you have anything you want to add to that? I mean, I'm glad I didn't want to just gloss over this need for training, because I think you'll see it in the management team's recommendations. We also think we need to document, and I think it's something that we need to make a priority.
I really don't have anything more to add to that, Sean, because I think you nailed it. We can't document every exception, and that's the biggest training problem that individuals have. We have things in place, as you mentioned, that they can resources, but the subject matter experts that are the trainers that are training their new employees are constantly doing that, and I see that in vision, and as well as you have, on a daily basis. They work with individuals, and there are resources available out there. There's statute, of course, that as you said, employees should be using, and it's important that we get it up to date, because we do have binders or manuals out there that are from Pension Plus prior to M-Trust that still deal with, the visual concept of how you get someone, or how you are processing in an application, for example. But, it's not M-Trust, of course, but there are resources available, and training does occur. But it is a subject that needs to happen because of the fact, like you mentioned, we've got several folks that are ready and eligible to retire, and a lot of knowledge that will be leaving TRS in the next 5 years, probably.
I was very impressed with the responses, how many we got. I was really grateful for that. So
Yeah.
thank you to the staff for their time. I know that takes time, and there was really good, like, they wasn't just like nothing. Great. It was
Yeah.
good feedback.
It shows they care.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, I guess one other thing I'd suggest that we touched on earlier, but that everything that Sean and Tammy just said, this underlines is, that continued investment in our pay plan, because these are specialized jobs. There's a learning curve. There's a lot of things that staff do that can't be necessarily documented in the manual, or we'd have a, 3,000-page manual. So I think that investment is important. This is a lot different than processing claims for account payable, where you can go to any state agency and do that, and I think it's important that we continue to distinguish our pay plan and hang on to the valuable resources we have with staff. So kind of underlines that earlier topic. How can we better serve our customers? Looking at question 4, what we're going to see here is a lot of opportunities to improve and automate and put things online. Retirement application packet online, DocuSign, online forms, online processes. So there's a few foundational things that we need to do that we're going to talk about today, but staff, I think, are pretty clear that that's maybe our top priority and how we can better serve customers.
I think that last line on number 18 pretty much says it all. If we fail to act on their request, they're going to stop responding to future surveys. That's pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
John, it's probably still quite a ways out, but have we considered the utilization of AI or answering member questions online?
We haven't really had any serious conversations about that or really researched it to any great length yet. I mean, I think the state finally came out with a policy on AI, and now they allow, like, you can use Copilot as part of Edge. Because at first they were just blocking it altogether. Now, from my directors meeting, some agency or some other state retirements are making the investment and they're buying siloed AI that is, if anything you put up there doesn't leave those silos. So it's basically you're buying that
Right.
service. And I mean, it is pretty amazing what it can do. I mean, you can load every document you have on a subject and then ask it to write, a standard operating procedure, right? And it will do that, but
It's fast.
it's fast, but it's also, pretty expensive.
Yes.
I would say that we're still in the infancy on really looking at that. I think there will be opportunity to leverage it in the future, but I don't know that we're comfortable saying that, within 6 months, we're gonna utilize a specific chatbot that just only knows about TRS kind of things, where you get online and you ask it questions.
You still have to have somebody there looking at what their responses are and if that is correct. So you have to know who if it were a retired payroll, is this real? Does this really
Yeah.
work? And I don't know, I find that in lots of different things that I use it for.
Yeah, I mean, it was the one demonstration we had at that meeting. I mean, they had loaded up, hundreds, if not thousands of pages of documentation on system implementation that they're doing at CalSTRS. And they just, in pretty simple commands, you have to know how to write the question in order to get, for it to really work efficiently. But within just like 30 seconds of this person typing in, tell me or show me the process for, deceasing a retired member or whatever. And it would take that 1,000 pages of documentation and break it down into, pretty succinct, detailed stuff. So you still need an expert then to review that. Is this really right? And then if it is, then maybe that's something that you use. But we're not on a daily basis using AI at TRS right now for anything really, but it's not to say it won't change.
But I think now that we have DocuSign, I think there are some real opportunities to speed up some of those processes with the members and the office.
There are, and DocuSign may not be the answer, actually. I mean, we're looking at other options to do a better verification. You are who you say you are at the point of login. And if we have high confidence in that, then what we don't even need a DocuSign document.
Right.
And for some processes that are already built in, like changing your address if you're a retiree or submitting your online withdrawal, we don't need you to print and have something notarized if we have a high confidence. So not to say we won't leverage DocuSign at all, but it's not the only thing, and it may not be something that it may only be a few pages here and there that are actually DocuSign, if that. Yeah.
A realtor friend of mine from Lethbridge told me they're already working in the real estate industry with being able to go online and read your retina to identify who you are, and no signature required.
Oh, yeah, they have all those technologies. So the state right now, I guess the update, and we just had a meeting yesterday. The state is working on an enterprise agreement with an outfit called ID.me, which there's a cost to it. I mean, we could be spending, over $20,000 a year for that being the first step in getting into the member portal. But the confidence rate would be very high utilizing something like that, to where you could do away with these processes where you get to the end of an online application and you have to print and have something notarized and still mail it. It could all 100% be done online, potentially, or, I mean, we're just waiting to find out what the actual result of those negotiations are going to be. It's looking very promising, and in fact, it's looking like that, there was already one state agency doing business with them, and they have sort of a surplus. The state has paid more than, or has more available than what they're going to use. So we may even get our one-time setup fee paid for on our behalf, which was around 30,000. So
That ID.me, my husband and I both are members of it. And that's pretty, I mean, you're on your computer looking at them and you are producing documents so that they can scan them. I mean, that's how you get to be part of that group.
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't just like, yeah, I want to be ID me. You have a phone call and set up appointment.
Yeah, I think Social Security Administration, right? They utilize ID.
Veterans do too.
Yeah. So, and you can add, you can have your standard, where it's verifying you are who you say are, but at the point of like for online withdrawals, you can even for an additional 50 cents per transaction, have them do a likeness where they have to take a selfie and load it up. I mean, you can make it very secure, but it is expensive. In some regards, I mean, right now we're paying around 5,000 a year for two-factor authentication, which all we're doing is using the phone number you previously provided and sending you a code. Where we had about almost 9,000 in individual logins, so it's different individuals last year login, and it would be at $3 per year per individual, so that's about $27,000. But I think that we're gonna see some savings there because it's gonna be the state of Montana as a whole. So if they go log into revenue first, they're gonna charge revenue. You know what I mean? So I think there is gonna be, it won't be as expensive as what we think it may. But it's also not quite available, so it's still very early in looking at it. And then we have been looking at and following along with the DocuSign contract and that would be available to us at a cost. We can go out and get those envelopes and we still may utilize them for certain things. Because it's going to be more cost effective in some ways to use those DocuSign forms rather than program in every single step and process into mTrust, because the development, test and project lead costs for that are, really high compared to, being able to do a PDF, electronically sign it and save it to our, some staging area we have. It still saves you from printing it, mailing it, having the employer sign it, so on and so forth.
Excellent. So step one for my TRS is to check the status of your tax return at Department of Revenue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we have their number, please?
Okay, and then let's just look at question 5. Again, I think probably some stuff we've already heard. You'll see, keeping people here, professional growth and overall success. Suggestion about procurement that I think Sean can think about. Thank you for the wage increase, but access to procedure manuals, online application. We should have customer service results at the strategic planning session, which we did, so that's good. And then be realistic about outreach programs or initiatives with our existing staff and workload. We'll talk a little bit about that today. So, and we do have some key staff members here. Is there anything you all think is important that I overlooked highlighting, or anything else that we should get on the board's radar today? Okay, and we have, we'll switch gears into some of the leadership issues as well. I think that may actually be our next agenda item here too. So I think Sean will need to go back to page 12. So page 12 of your primer, just want to have a good discussion here. I think, I think we already touched on security and online transactions. I think Sean covered very well where we're at with ID Me and what we're looking at there. I guess one thing maybe we did not touch on, Sean, is you're going to be talking to CalSTRS and doing some research there.
Yeah, so I had sent, so I met one of the individuals I met at the CalSTRS was one of their staff members. It wasn't their director. And he had offered, some information about what they're doing. And I think it's a good touch base for us as far as seeing, how far are they taking it? Because I mean, security is one of those things like the sky's the limit. You can spend through your teeth or you can spend the minimum. And is it, there's going to be risk versus reward there. And so those communications have been made, like I reached out to him, I gave him some dates, he reached back to me and said he, had to think about which members of his team he wanted on there. We just haven't set the date yet, but that is something, they're the largest teacher retirement system in the world. Obviously, if they're doing it, what they're doing will be a good indicator for us. They're the largest, meaning they also have the most resources versus one of the smallest in us, if it'll just be, I think it'll be interesting for our staff, our management team to see what they're doing. Doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna 100% guide the direction we go, just give us a good idea. Because they do have more online processes already available. And we're just really gonna be from the security and the ID verification side of it, what are they utilizing? But it hasn't happened yet.
So that's all in the very near horizon and, but just want to make sure we have, it sounds, I see everybody nodding and everything. It sounds like we have pretty solid board support for that initiative. Great.
And I always like when something's out there and it's working, why would we not find out from others how it works, instead of trying to reinvent a wheel ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so we've got support for that initiative. The next one is internal process documentation and knowledge retention. And, there's kind of a couple items here, this really ties directly to our next point to the succession planning and payroll continuity. So a significant need to expedite and formalize or not knowledge transfer. Like I mentioned, the leadership team felt we had some pretty good models with regard to our IT documentation. And our goal is to kind of get our other programs with desk function manuals up to that level. Updating documentation of internal critical business processes. So the leadership teams kind of already identified what our priorities might be, these internal business processes. Then maybe working on some materials and videos to assist external partners, which we heard would be a next priority. Probably the conversation we want to have and the ask here might be considering engaging a contractor with expertise in technical writing or business analysis. And while we certainly have the talent and expertise internally to do that, doing so would divert resources from other mission critical functions like the external communication, Member Brown, that you had talked about and we've heard is one of our strengths, so tapping those internal resources could take away from the great successes we're having in our external communication. So I think what we're really looking at is fact sheets, website content, help content. We could even member training, presentations, videos, all those things, even the additional touch point with the school clerks and everything. We don't want to pull resources from those important initiatives. So I think what we're really looking at is maybe looking at getting some external resources to help with that. And again, that's going to dovetail with some of the other key leadership issues we have, like our succession planning and then also the website and system accessibility. So I really think that those all the different needs kind of lead us to a potential solution, and that we might want to get some contracted resources, but it's certainly up for the board to decide.
Is that something we need to vote on?
No, none of this is right now.
Not yet.
Not yet. No, this is all just.
If there's support for example, if there's, then that would be something that I'd bring forward at a future meeting as a budget amendment, because we didn't budget for that specifically.
Right.
So on the website and system accessibility, so that's the responsive web design plus the new American with Disability requirements that we have to comply with. They've always been there, but governmental websites didn't have to be fully accessible, and now they do. It's beginning in April of 2026. So, there's all of this documentation and sort of things that Jim just talked about that this communication staff has always been responsible for, but they're also the ones that are doing the website redesign and making sure that it is fully accessible. So that is That is a big part of their workload right now that may not be evident to board members, is that a lot of their time, now and probably all the way through in April of 26 is spent in this area. Would you agree, Darla? I mean, yeah.
It's kind of hard to say exactly, once we get it launched, and then we have that window to make sure that PDFs are either, which we don't always have control over, some of them are, they come from the actuaries and then very technical, a lot of tables. But you have a way you can archive things, so we just need to make sure we know what we can do, what we need to do to make our own documents accessible. There's a lot of tagging that has to happen. So what's in a PDF. So it's kind of hard to say how much time it's gonna take, but that deadline is there and it's looming.
I wonder how many school districts are aware of this.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, even other state agencies, we're well ahead of a lot of other state agencies on
I'm
this.
gonna give my school district a heads up on this. Even if they know about it, I think it would behoove us to. You know about this?
So there was a lot of lawsuits that were coming out of a group, I think in Michigan, that were suing school districts in Montana because they weren't complying with this. I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 years ago. And so I think a lot of school districts were aware of it and have made a lot of these changes already.
Excellent, okay. So I guess I
Talk about this one, newsletter distribution or.
yeah, sure do, and it sounds like we've got support then, and Sean will bring forward, but generally I'm seeing board agreement support for getting those external resources to help with that.
Yep.
And frankly, that's gonna be key to succession planning and payroll continuity. I think the documentation and everything there is gonna support that effort. And just one comment on the section 5082 is the TRS leadership team's been very thoughtful about prioritizing that too, and really hitting the public facing website and member portals first, and then, looking at some of the sites and everything that might be getting a little less travel. So Sean will be bringing forth a budget recommendation then to achieve that external resource. I think the only other thing with the succession planning beyond the documentation is we, may need a little bit of time and resource to have some job shadowing or possibly even double filling of positions. I don't think that'll be a huge budget impact, but we want to try to get people on board prior to the incumbent leaving rather than waiting until after they're gone.
So in this specific area, yes, and that will be something that we look at when we look at our budget next May for the following fiscal year. But yeah, that would be something that, there's to keep in mind. We'll likely look to double fill that position for about, 3 months approximately. We'll see exactly how it works out, but it is a very important position and it needs to be done correctly. So, yeah.
And I assume with succession planning, we've ruled out keeping John and Darla and Tammy until they're 80.
Sean and.
That's not even the one we're worried about in this section.
That goes back to the pay plan. Maybe get the gold handcuffs on and make them.
Member Chamberlain, you must not have seen the executive order that says I won't be here next spring, so.
No, I actually didn't see that. Motorcycle time, huh?
No, actually an executive order from Governor Gianforte,
Oh,
removing all IT staff from the agency still.
seriously?
So
We'll see. That's why it's not a discussion topic.
I see.
Yeah.
But a potential external challenge.
It has to go to Bozeman.
Yeah. Okay, so moving to the newsletter distribution and transition to the electronic format. Again, staff has been very thoughtful about this, possibly looking at moving more to electronic. I'll probably best versed by either Sean or Darla if one of you two want to speak to that.
I support it. Darla, do you want to talk about it?
I think Jim's write-up is pretty on point. I even brought we try to make the printed one
Very pretty.
and
Yep.
it's, we put a lot of effort into that and I enjoy doing that, but I will say that because we're a state agency, we are required to go through state print mail. And this kind of mailing is just difficult for them to do. They're less common now. It's always later than the time we asked for. Excuse me. Errors have happened. It's been folded wrong, and pages have been in the wrong order. Which isn't necessarily them, it's a vendor, but it's just that process alone takes an enormous amount of time and it's very frustrating and it's expensive. So we have in the survey results, members like the newsletter. They don't want it to end. Some want it cheaper. Some say stop printing it.
Yeah.
There's no consensus there. But it's just from a practical perspective these days. We want to give people the option to still get one, maybe. Yeah, printed if they want it, but it's not gonna be a standard, but the majority of them today go out on paper. So if you do 2 of those a year, and have that up, that's almost a staff person.
So you're talking about doing
Paid
an
for
opt-in,
technical
opt-out
writer-writing.
process.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. the question?
You're looking at like an opt-in, opt-out process?
Well, we would, the
Yeah,
default,
I already opted in, yeah.
the default would be electronic, which currently they have to opt into. And remember, we don't have current email addresses for members. We have some. So we can't just decide to switch. It would
No.
have to be we'll let them know. And then if they want to opt in or request, hopefully not all of them, request, we would probably print out a paper version of the electronic instead of producing 2 different versions of it.
Well,
Makes
it's much
sense.
more efficient, yeah.
I do like the fact that you ended that with members who prefer to receive it. I mean, there are still some little ladies and little gentlemen out there
I don't
that
have a computer.
they do not, and they want that in there. They want to look at it.
But we do occasionally get the people that send us an email or call on the phone and say, how dare you spend so much
Yes.
money on a piece of paper?
Oh, absolutely.
So,
You lost your screen back there.
That's because we're going so long. I don't know why. It's there, and that's the one
That's
that's
okay.
being shared. Let me figure
That's
out.
all good.
I'll get this one to connect
Have
again.
you paid the optimum bill?
The only thing I would say, I mean, that last sentence says we will consider it. I mean, I think we should also consider pretty hard that it's only available electronically.
Yeah.
I mean, in this day and age, we're so worried about doing all these online services. Why are we sending out printed newsletters to our membership when they can access it from our website, or,
Yeah.
maybe we do an email blast. And whatever emails are valid, they get a link to the newsletter, go that route instead of having these costs to do the printing and the postage. I mean, the postage it's killer anymore.
It's not gonna get any cheaper.
Well, like we were just talking, the cost of the printing could pay for one of the technical writers.
So I don't know if you've noticed, but DMV now gives you an option. If you pay online, there's no cost, but if you send in a check or something, it costs an extra $1 just so they can process the mail. So what if we made electronic the standby, but for those little old ladies that don't only want the hard copy, they can get it by opting in at $1 or whatever to cover the cost. I see frowns everywhere.
Well, I'm just curious.
frowning, I'm thinking.
Well, at that point, how do you get that fee from you too? That, I mean,
Yeah.
they're gonna,
It probably costs as much administratively to try to get the fee as.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but at the same time, you're gonna go after 6 people in eastern Montana that didn't pay the fee and yeah, like
Yeah.
that.
So these people that are looking to have that hard copy, I assume most of them are in Montana, possibly close to their school where they retired from.
I mean, most likely, it's hard to say right now. The way it's set up is you opt in to only receiving the newsletter electronically,
Yeah.
right? So the default has always been you're gonna receive the print version unless you opt into that. And so you have the numbers, aren't right?
I mean, I'm okay with this idea of going all electronic, but I still want to meet the needs of these people that want to have the hard copy. And I'm wondering if there's a way to get that to them without us needing to send it out, so.
Go to your local library and print it out.
So that would be one way, or
That's true.
when it comes out, every school in their business office has,
Stack.
we print out 5 of them, and yes, I know that's another process that we have to work through with the school, but maybe that's where it's located, it's on the bulletin board in the teacher's lounge, it's
It's
on,
usually the retirees though, that want.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, retiree can come in and pick it up from us. or something.
I just
I'm just
I
trying
just
to
went
think
to
of
a
a way to do
memorial
it.
service and I had, they were all much older than me and they were all, we just saw your name again in the, you know, and they were so, they love getting their little, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
You know, though, I don't think we have to be fancy about it.
No,
Right.
Newsletter, here.
Right. Well,
Yes.
this version, this PDF is posted on our website,
Yeah.
but again, now we're back to the PDF
no problem.
accessibility issue. So what we would rather do is post on our website the one that we send out electronically, which is formatted in an accessible way.
Yeah,
And then if they could print that themselves, but like you said, it's the people that don't even have a computer. We're gonna, the suggestion here is to send, we had planned to do one more issue this year anyway, because it's the legislative year, we do two. So we were going to come up with a way and propose that if you want a hard copy, you know, we haven't figured that out, but that is something that we could do, is just mail out a printed copy of that. But like Sean said, maybe that's gonna be too much of an issue. I don't know.
how many pages is it?
It's always, because of the printing issue, it's always just a big sheet folded, so it's 4 pages, 3 counting the cover, you know, excluding.
One piece of paper folded in.
Yeah.
Go to your local library and print it out.
Yeah, and you know, maybe like it was first discussed, the thing to do is we default everyone that first month into electronic, and then we have a sign up for if you want a hard copy.
That's a good idea.
It would definitely, I'm sure it will cut that number down considerably.
I would say by
The issue with that is if the default in our system is email and we don't have an email.
you don't have an email, yeah.
It actually currently doesn't even allow you to do that.
True. But it's
We can't
always
ask,
available on our website if you, I mean.
Yeah.
we can't ask all of our retirees for their email address in their next check.
If they want information, they
this.
can.
You
You
have to
need to
give us
give us your email address.
They don't have a library nearby, they probably have a 12-year-old grandson.
Yes.
I'm just thinking.
Okay, so it sounds like we have board support to move in this direction, and staff will figure out the details of how to let people know, whether that's email or a postcard mailing or something like that, to try to get there. Narrow down the list of people that get a paper copy, hopefully to less than 10.
We still have more than 10 getting a paper check. so.
Yeah, okay. Okay, but general board support for that initiative then, okay,
Yes.
great, okay.
I feel like there still might be not a lot of direction on how to get email addresses,
Yeah.
but
Well,
we can let you guys worry about that.
I mean, right now, if you want electronically, there's a function for you to sign up and you give us your email and we can flip it to where you're gonna be electronic if you want hard. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it definitely will be in because we're gonna have one more for sure, hard copy of the newsletter. Whatever we come up with, as far as how to proceed will be, you know, in that newsletter. And we'll point people in the right direction. We'll have to just work through some of the details of what's the best way to get it
In
done.
that newsletter, it says,
Cause it might just be like, you know, we're going electronic. If we have your email, you're gonna get it. If not, you need to go to our website and you click, I want to receive the newsletter, and you give us your email address.
okay,
Just.
How many right now? I mean, like, what's the percentage that get it via email?
Because they have to opt in,
Yeah.
I think it's 27 or 2,800 versus 34,000.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And just to give a little bit more context, this kind of goes back to the new member discussion earlier. We don't have there's no membership form anymore. The employer upload file that they submit contributions every 4 hours. They can submit the employee's email address, but it's going to be the school address. People change all the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
And then when someone retires, there's nothing that compels them to erase their school-based address and give us their new personal one. So there's about 100 places where it gets out of date. And then if you use those and you have to deal with all the bounce backs, that itself could be a full-time job.
Yes.
So it's a little bit more difficult than it may seem on the surface, but it kind of all wraps into our system and doesn't automatically have or keep updated addresses on file.
Is there any relationship between TRS and OPI and willingness to ability to get some of that information? Because the way it's set up right now for teachers is they have to use a personal email address to sign up for their new license. You cannot use your school email.
Would that be a legal issue?
Well, I mean, it could likely be overcome if we entered into an MOU with them. We don't have that kind of relationship right now with OPI. I mean, there could be opportunity through this whole thing we really push people to go log into my TRS and update your email address.
Yeah.
You know, if you really want this newsletter that bad,
Yeah.
update your records with us and you'll get it.
It's kind of a twofold.
And it's-
That's 2 bites of the apple. We get more information.
It seems like there should be a way to integrate, like if I want a teaching license, I have to use a personal email address. I go through this process. I also want TRS. I also want my
Yeah,
retirement
you just don't
system.
have a choice. You're gonna get it.
Retirees are still the biggest
Yeah.
subset of newsletter recipients.
Yeah.
And their survivors, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So-
Okay.
Great. Well,
We'll
be
figure it out.
continued. We'll definitely be reporting back on this and obviously you'll all get to weigh in when we come up with a functional idea.
Okay.
All right, so just the next page, just to kind of give us a little bit of a jump start on some of the work we're going to be doing later. I kind of took the liberty of programming some of these things out. Just to give you a snapshot of what this may look like in the revised commitment worksheet. And typically what we've done is after the planning session, I work with Sean, we polish up the commitment planning worksheet and we'll present it to you at a later meeting, I think, and get it out. This isn't in the primer, I'm sorry. This is just on the screen. I apologize.
Okay.
This is just in my session version. So just looking on the screen, I've got an objective there to modernize the website and the 508 compliance. That'll take staff time. And I guess, I don't know if there's any specific licensing fees associated with that. I assume there would be, but I'm not sure, Sean.
I think we already have we were utilizing a little bit of ITSD time for the responsive web design and it's already kind of underway. We've budgeted and have everything we need for that right now.
Okay.
I do have, I will be contacting a reseller with regards to a site improved product, which I saw mentioned somewhere in your documentation, Jim, but the state or TRS.mt.gov website that Darla and Lexi are working on has site improved fully built in on an enterprise license. Non-Cascade CMS site, so anything outside of the enterprise Cascade system it doesn't have site improvement available unless we purchase a separate license for it. So for the MyTRS and employer portals, and for anything that's not running on Cascade CMS, I'm going to inquire about getting us a license for site improvement. It sounds like that the full blown product has some really nice dashboard. I'm using the site improved browser extension currently for evaluation of all the MyTRS portal redesign that we're doing to evaluate that for 508 compliance. But it sounds like I could probably benefit from having a full site improved suite. So I did get a contact yesterday from state ITSD of a site improved rep for our state. And I'll reach out to them, get a quote from them, and then probably contact a reseller, which I believe is SHI, but I don't know what that pricing is going to look like yet. And we're not even sure that we would have to make a determination if we wanted to spend money on that or continue to use the site improved browser extension. I think we'll just wait and see how much that costs.
Okay.
That's the only additional cost item that I think with this 5-way compliance and responsive redesign that is kind of up in the air.
Perfect. Thank you, John. And I'm assuming those fees would be nominal in the big picture.
I don't know, it's,
I think what's there is probably fine. Resources that we're gonna probably have some potential licensing fees.
Okay. And then we've got the initiative to create and update the comprehensive dysfunction manuals and identify the contractor as one of the responsibilities or responsible parties, and contractor fees as a resource there. The high performance work culture, we're just going to continue to maintain best practices in system security. And I think everything Sean just talked about with the CalSTRS and ID.me stuff he's going to be working on addresses that. And the succession planning, again, that's something we already have on there. And we're going to bolster the succession planning through the documentation. Then I did include a broad objective about transitioning to the newsletter. And like Sean said, more details to come on that. So that gives us a great jump start on the work we're going to do later today, which kind of takes us to the next item we just want to touch on is the board survey. Again, page 15, we talked about what are the strengths, how can we better serve customers, topics we should address, level of agreement, about whether or not you have the information you need to govern TRS operations, any other information you need that's not been provided, operational issues with districts we should address or be aware of, and what goals or objectives people like to achieve during your tenure as a TRS board member. And part of the strategic planning that I was going to touch on earlier that I skipped over was, a big benefit of the strategic planning is to make sure your board membership is meaningful and rewarding for yourselves. And we will make sure you feel like, understand you make an impact, and make sure your ideas and thoughts are incorporated in the agency plan. So that's a really important aspect of this as well. So then skipping back later, and it would be attachment 3, Sean, the board survey. Just want to take a quick browse through that.
Page 27.
So we talked, some of the responses were, the actuarial strength, investment competence, and a caring and efficient staff as far as our strengths. Again, the staff, another identified strength, commitment, and strong work ethic, building trust in the retirement program. So we've got a good product and a good staff and good service related to that product. Better serve our customers, continue to work on ways to communicate effectively. We've talked about that, I think, today. How we reach out to membership, online and app-driven communication. I think we're absolutely got a great plan for the online, and maybe down the road for our next planning session, the app might be something we want to look at, and better ways for teachers to understand and appreciate the benefit. And I think teacher retention tool, quick vesting benefits. Any other topics we should address? Educate the public and state government about defined benefit. And I think that was a really big push with our last strategic planning session, our last member survey. Continued training and education for teachers and administrator we've talked about, and website development we've talked about. Level of agreement, I have the information I need to govern TRS operations. And again, strongly agree or agree. So I'm getting a clear sense that you all feel like you're getting the information you need and the backup and support you need to make good informed decisions on behalf of the system. Any other information you need? We've talked about better avenues for distributing information to teachers and administrators. And I think just with some of the information Nolan provided today and some of the explanation Sean gave about our efforts there, it sounds like we're addressing that. Any operational issues, reporting thresholds and stipends for certain positions and stipends. I don't recall exactly who said that, so if that rings a bell, if anybody, maybe if you want to expand on that.
Well, it's probably me. So we've discussed before, like when jobs fit to be reported with the number of hours, et cetera, with non-staff. And that seems to be a question in my district that pops up quite a bit. So, like, are they an employee? Should it be reported? And of course, then usually any time that happens, then that person either stops doing that again or is not offered a new contract, or, like coaching or extra duty positions that are done by outside, not inside the district employees. So that was probably me.
Yeah, thank you for that.
So does that make sense?
It does, yes.
Okay.
I mean, and we have communicated that out a few different times to school districts. Did we end up putting that calculator out there, or that Excel spreadsheet? It's available.
It's mentioned in the fact sheet, you
Yeah.
didn't want it on the website.
Yeah, so because it's, I mean, fairly simple math, but we did set up a spreadsheet for people so that they can figure it out. So if you're not otherwise a TRS member, it's all going to be based on the daily rate of pay for an entry level teacher. And so if you're having $5,000 stipend and the daily rate of pay for an entry level teacher is 200, you divide the 5,000 by 200 to figure out how many days.
Right.
And if you're going to be employed more than 30 days, then they're required to participate. So we do have some of that, but I mean, we get the question all the time about different new or different positions, whether they're reportable to TRS. And really, that's a matter, I have to actually read the job description, but it's things like coaching, which we know are reportable.
Right.
I think the clerks, Nolan probably has the most interaction with clerks. I think for the most part, they understand how to figure out whether they need to report them or not nowadays, but. We've had that information out there now
For the most part, and just like we talked about earlier, I mean, turnover is a big thing. So, I mean, you kind of re-educating, the new clerks every year, which is fine.
So are there times when you get somebody who's put in $14 and it sits there forever?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's not a real good way to manage that.
Yeah.
All right, then any operational issues with districts? We just talked about that, new clerks and supporting them as they're getting the first retirement questions from employees. And we have maybe some sort of an initiative around that about, when they're in a new account for an employer set up, maybe doing a tutorial. Or even just tapping into some of our existing resources and communicating that to those people. And the one thing we can't control is them having the time to actually view it and do it, but at least we can push the information out. And then specific goals or objectives we'd like to achieve during our 10 years as a board member. Stable retirement platform, and MTRS is a key arrow in the quiver of honoring the profession. Ensure our funds are managed prudently and transparently. Strengthen communication to members, and support our staff. Those are all great objectives, and help TRS members understand the benefit and how to get the most out of it. So just before we move into our kind of operational environmental assessment, just wanted to see if any board members had any other comments or highlights from the survey, or anyone that maybe didn't get an opportunity to do the survey, if there's anything you'd like to add. Sounds good. Okay, and then the final thing we want to touch on before we move into our operational environmental assessment is the member satisfaction survey. That's on page 16, Sean. And I didn't, since it was so preliminary, and we just had a little bit of results, like Darla said, I didn't include the raw survey results as an attachment. We just provided a summary here. Just want to give you all a chance to kind of look over that. We had about 71 responses. I think, what'd you say, we're about 81, 82 right now, Darla?
I think I gave you the wrong number. I think it was 72 total.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then you said we got about 10 more in since this.
I think that is the total. So maybe we didn't get as many more as I thought.
Okay.
I thought I had told you 62, sorry.
Oh, no worries. So this is pretty up to date then, as far as what we have. I mean, we've got 36,000 addressees. We've got 71. I don't know what our, response rate's been in the past. I mean, I can't imagine we get 36,000 responses.
It really depends on that assistance from MFPE.
Yeah.
And possibly, Sam.
Yeah, which we'll get. We haven't really pushed it hard.
It's not a
yet.
very good time of year. Like
Yeah.
I
That's
was
why.
reading mine and I didn't click on it. I was like, I'll do that later.
Right.
You know, I didn't. I know that a lot
And
of
that's-
people are probably that way.
That's a good point. That's exactly why we have, worked with MFPE and waited until the fall. So we plan to keep it up until October. That's what we did last time. So,
Have you put it on social media yet?
yeah, but
Okay.
our follow
It's not very big.
followers are very low.
Okay.
I think there's a whole philosophy about who answers questionnaires too.
There is.
Sometimes in ignoring it, everything's going fine, don't bug me with this. It's super, why do I even have to comment that it's super? I think, I look at it as a positive, actually.
I agree.
Very good point. Yeah, and you can see by the respondent makeup, I mean, most of our respondents in this initial push was going to be some of our retired members, and that kind of makes sense. They're going to be the folks that have, the time to do this. And
in spite of that conclusion, if you look under experience with the recent phone calls, for example, 85% contacted somebody on the first call. Nobody said it took longer than 2 days. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Try and get that from any other service organization, like an insurance company.
Or who speak English.
Yeah.
absolutely, that's a great point. And kind of the same thing with the email experience. People got back to them either the same day or within 2 business days. Nobody said it took longer than that. Flipping over to the page 17, satisfaction with our customer service. Most of them saying very satisfied, a few saying somewhat satisfied, only 3 that were neutral. Nobody said they were very dissatisfied.
I'll jump in. We did one of the latest responses. It was actually early July. There's been no responses since July 3rd. But one of the people marked very dissatisfied.
Oh,
And when I clicked on, they didn't give the ranking, but they did enter a comment, and it was that they were, they strongly disagreed with a decision that had been made here. So I don't know what the issue was, but
Got it.
probably our staff could shed light on.
Yes, very.
Recent, people who didn't like what they were told.
I suspect that decision was no. Okay, yeah, and really good, answered my questions efficiently, knowledgeably. Darla, do you want to just walk us through those last few ones, 8 through 11?
The number 11, is that?
Well, just these last couple responses there. No, I mean, nobody was routed to problems with TRS customer service on 9.
Yeah,
The few things, number 10 was a bit about the newsletter, if you want to touch on that.
yeah, like I said earlier, you can see and it was still, when I looked yesterday, still above 90% that they like it. Some didn't care what format was in, some did care, but they didn't agree on which format it should be. A few, yeah, like I said, a few didn't remember getting it. One person who said they didn't like it. Excuse me, and then in the comments, what should TRS do to improve service? They just said, improve the newsletter, but it didn't say. So sometimes the
I don't like it,
disgruntled
just improve
comments
it.
are not very useful. Like, there's nothing actionable there. Yeah, a couple of people have mentioned the website is slow, and I assume they're talking about my TRS. I don't know that. In fact, I don't know what would be slow about our public website unless it's their connection.
Their server.
Yeah, so. And then the freeform comments, the last bullet there. Seems like every survey we do, there's people who say, well, I think TRS should tell people more about this XYZ, and whatever they're talking about is not actually true.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes they confuse their longevity and with their district, with service with TRS, and those are not necessarily the same thing. So it's just always interesting to see the comments, which points out, again, back to training opportunities, but it's a hard concept. A couple of people mentioned, oh, this is so hard to understand. Don't expect us all to understand all of this. And it's like, oh my gosh, we don't.
No.
It's
And they're
a lot for
teaching
you to
high school math.
understand.
And I noticed in the, question 10, especially with the majority of our respondents being retirees, a few said some did want to see the newsletter digitally. So I don't know if that's too big of a leap to say maybe even some of our retirees are interested in
exactly.
digital. So, yeah. Great.
I mean, personally, I like to put a newsletter too. It's just, the cost benefit analysis doesn't really work out on it.
Right. Okay.
Well, and for most of us anymore, when you have something in front of you, you can set it aside for a minute and you'll remember to get back to it. When you set aside your email, you don't remember to get back to it. I don't.
You too?
I don't.
Me too.
Definitely true.
Okay.
I was impressed with the person that said that one was upset that all board members are from Western Montana. They researched our backgrounds.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Good for them.
we've had that comment before. And it's not on your results, but one of the latest results actually said, I realize it's a long drive and people, somebody seemed to know that it was, the board members have to volunteer to even apply to be on the board. So they see this second comment about that, seemed to understand the reason for that.
It used to be that a lot was said, but you're central.
Montana.
You're western, are you?
Shelby is in western western half of Montana.
Western half, you tough stretch to tell people.
Call it Shelby.
Shelby, that they're on the west.
What if it would help if I told them that I consider it Eastern Montana?
That would probably help.
There are three of us from the Flathead Valley.
True.
All right, well, just to keep us moving
Very
along,
efficient.
Yeah, that'll get to be part of the.
we go to page 19, Sean.
It's okay.
Just keep us on
It's the same range of
Yeah.
miles.
Okay, so part of our formal document that we'll publish, the strategic planning summary, will include an updated operational and environmental assessment. So we've gone through this a couple times and we really rolled up our sleeves in 2023 and dug through this. So I think it's in pretty good shape, but given everything we've looked at, the surveys, our discussions, board member concerns and issues, I just want to take a few minutes here and just take a quick tour through this and see if there's anything we want to update or change before this becomes a part of our formal planning summary. And I'm sure most of you have been through kind of a strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threats type of thing. This is pretty similar. We like to use a little bit better or more positive language, internal strengths, internal challenges, external opportunities, external challenges. So just want to quickly go through this and invite everybody to see if there's anything that we're missing, anything you'd like to add or anything you'd like to rephrase. And I think as we go through, it might make sense to kind of get through the whole section first, because you may have an idea of something we should add and it might be later in the list here. So
It's not in here. Okay, because
So
it's
just-
like, we don't have this, right?
Just to clarify, this is the session document, and so it's only up on the screen.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
so
not in-
apologies for that.
No, that's all right.
I appreciate that clarification. So I'll walk us through at a high level and then we can circle back and see if there's anything we want to change, update, or revise. So some of our internal strengths are staff, number one, and the respect, retention rates, quickly adapt, cross-training within departments, our culture, the board and staff integrity and willingness to make tough decisions, leadership, teachers, staff enjoy working with teachers. The board is a big part of our culture. Our communication, internal and external communication, M-Trust is improving operational efficiency. I think that may have been a little timely or a little specific to the time we did it 23, prompting customer service. Another internal strength is training. And again, that's not just what we do internally, but training for employers that we provide externally at MASBO, the training we provide for board members and staff. And, our board chair talked about board members going to conferences and participating in those things. And then training for members at all stages of their career, including TRS 101, Ready, Set, Retire. The other strength is our infrastructure, redundancy and backup capacity. We may look at that. Technology and replacement support plans, effective workspace with individual offices. That's a big step forward and a big improvement from where we were, you know, like 5 or 7 years ago in the old facility.
Yeah, it's been, it's been longer. We moved in here in 2019. Yeah.
Geez.
Isn't it? Yeah, time flies.
Yesterday was 6 years.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. And then our member benefits and plans. And then another big stretch is the partnerships. So with that, I don't know if we want to go back and just walk through each of those kind of line by line, see if there's anything we want to change or update. Maybe Sean, if we could back up to staff. And again, if it looks good to you, there's nothing we need to do. If it isn't broke, we don't need to fix it. But if there's anything we want to add or expand or change or update, I want to open the floor to anybody.
But didn't we talk earlier about some staff in their comments said that they needed better training? So when we put on this document that everything's kosher, maybe we should put that it's an ongoing process?
Okay.
So I was thinking about that as we looked at this too. We will get to weaknesses as well, right?
Yes.
And so I think this training is more specific to like business, like clerks, the training that Nolan does.
Okay,
And then our membership, where I think when we get to the weakness part of the document, I think maybe that's an opportunity to
Alright.
now.
I kept looking at that document and it wasn't following along with this one, and now it's
No.
gone, so.
it's
It
here.
wasn't following this.
And so I was reading it and I was going, wait a minute.
It keeps dropping it for some reason.
Don't worry about it. Just, I'll turn here.
That's
Don't even
okay.
worry about that.
Yeah.
May I
That's fine.
interrupt real quick? We just got a message from one of the attendees that they've got received a message that's saying the recording's gonna stop, and I just wanna make sure that, I don't know why. I just wanna address it real quick, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
It's right now.
Yeah, so it like keeps dropping it for some reason. Between the computer and that one, that's the one I'm casting to. Okay,
All right. John, are we good to move on or do we need to pause for a minute here?
It's back.
I'm gonna stop the recording. Seen this before in any of our meetings, so.
yeah, so because we don't have this part in our primary, so you're gonna have.
Yeah.
Strengths followed by
Challenge.
challenges.
Just drop it again.
Opportunities.
Let me just turn that to you.
Yes.
External.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's internal opportunity, internal challenges, I guess. And we have training. And there we have it. All right.
Yeah, we'll just
We should be good to go. Madam
just
Chair.
use this one.
Just turn it
Yeah, I
on.
don't know.
Just turn
Can
it
we
on.
turn that on?
Yeah.
It's.
Okay, so as far as our internal strengths, we do have a note from Board Member Brown that we should touch on training, and we are definitely going to touch on that when we get to the internal challenges. So back to staff, any language we want to update or any changes we want to make to the language there under staff?
Is that in fact happening across training?
It's
And
so
this-
that's cross training within departments, so within functional group, they are cross trained, yes.
Okay,
Some of what we've heard rumbling wise, in the various, whether it's on my performance appraisal, or some of these other comments is. Staff seems to think we should have more cross training between functional groups. And we as a management team don't agree with that approach because I think there's enough challenge for them to know their part well enough and all the people in their functional group, what their role is and how you can accomplish it without crossing over. So as far as within functional groups, yes, cross training is happening.
is that maybe some people who want to go into a different group
It
that are
could be.
feeling that way?
It could be to some degree. I mean, certainly we're small enough to where there is some level of overall cross training no matter what. I mean, like
Yeah.
active and retired work very closely with one another as those retirement applications come through. And they make it to retired. Sometimes they get kicked back for something. Active and accounting work very closely with one another. So Yeah, it could be that that's where those kind of comments come from, though, is somebody that's hoping or looking to possibly change. Which in all reality, anyone that works there for more than a year is gonna know way more than anybody that we get off the street, because this is a very specific business. It's, you don't get this experience outside of these walls.
One thing I'd suggest we add to the staff bullets is, one of the things we heard in all of the surveys was the staff is focused on members and are focused on customer service, and that's their number one priority. So with everybody's permission, I'd like to add
That's
that.
good.
Yeah, okay. Culture, we want to look at integrity and willingness to make tough decisions, effective leadership with the value and succession planning. Our staff enjoy working with teachers and receive positive feedback, which again, we've heard that from the member surveys, and board members with strong institutional knowledge. Anything we'd like to change or amend or add to culture?
I don't know. My only thing is like it already says that willingness, but that's the word I was thinking of, is willingness to be open to new and innovative things. I mean, when we need another communications person, when we need an auditor, when we the culture is, we want to be supportive to our staff. We want to, I think the board, and I don't know how you would say this, the board and the staff have a really good rapport. We support them.
Yeah,
I'm working on
I hear what you're saying. It seems to be incorporated in
think so, too.
willingness to make tough decisions.
Yes.
So the system.
I think so too.
Yeah, and I'll massage that language a little bit, because I like the concept of both being open to new and innovative ideas, and the board and staff having a good rapport, and a board that supports staff. And when we do strategic planning with other organizations, there's not always this close alignment as I'm seeing, among the board surveys and these conversations, and even the leadership initiatives, and the board being on board with those initiatives. I mean, there's a really close alignment there, and I think that's a strength.
If you ask John, me agreeing for him to spend money is a tough decision on my part.
Okay, so I'll make those enhancements to the culture. I appreciate that.
Do you feel like it speaks to our culture that just we have, longevity and less turnover than most? Or has that been covered? I feel like compared to other state agencies, for sure, we have way less turnover and people stick
Yeah.
around here.
I
and
agree
they-
with staff stability.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Just gonna set a gym.
have up here, retention rates are good.
Yeah.
They're-
Oh, we do have
Yeah.
that. Okay, yeah, I guess it was in staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point, though.
Almost wondered, I'll throw this out there just because we're both relatively new on the board. I like the fact board members have strong institutional knowledge, and I feel like at this end of the table, that's very true. And maybe the last piece needs to be, and hopefully the new members are working towards it, or something like that.
But the
Or I just don't know that our.
But the institution of, like, you bring to the perspective of the administrator, that's the institution that you represent.
So not
Yeah,
our
not
entity as
necessarily,
here.
because
No.
they'll get it, like,
Okay.
yeah, no,
I
no,
got
no.
retired.
Yeah.
I know the retired.
We're the active teachers.
Got
We're the-
I've had like conversations with Dan over this time, and I've emailed Sean probably more than I should. I've had questions, but yeah, getting that knowledge, it's weird. It's a whole different realm.
It takes
For me,
years.
Cause when he talks, I understand it, cause I do
Yeah.
IT stuff, and this stuff comes up, sometimes it's like, I wanna raise my hand, but no, I'll just find out later, you know what I mean?
Raise your hand.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I mean, it takes years.
All right.
It takes years. And I
By the way,
still learn things.
This
all the
question is a
time.
little out of line, but from what we're discussing, but isn't there or wasn't there originally a mandate for the board to have 2 active, 2 retired, and 2 outside Or is that just generally the way we try to keep it?
No, it's statutory, 3 active, one of which has to be a classroom teacher,
3 active.
1
Okay.
retired, and
Okay.
then 2 at-large members.
Okay, that makes sense, because I think at one time we had 2 retired teachers on the board.
But they weren't, so at the time they were appointed, they were
Ah.
active, and they were able to finish out their term.
Okay,
And
thank
then
you
they-
for clarifying that. That's
Yeah.
been not bothering me, but I was just wondering about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so once their term expired, then they had to appoint another active member.
Sure,
Yep.
sure. And who's the retired one in here?
Very funny. You're close enough to get.
So I like this seating arrangement.
And I think I would like to, you know, just back to our chair's comment, you know, a good institutional knowledge and then also, you know, willingness and desire to learn on the part of the board too.
Mhm.
You know, it's not like we just rest on our knowledge, that people are always willing to gain more knowledge. And, you know, frankly, as some of our longer term board members maybe come off, we're getting new board members up to speed, and the long-term tenure of some of our board members, I think, has been so critical, even just with some of the internal things like doing, you know, Sean's appraisal and stuff and understanding that, and then understanding the strategic planning process. You know, and if you had the entire board was brand new at any one time, we might lose some of that institutional knowledge. And I think that's an important value or an important asset to keep.
And I always just think of culture as, like, we didn't come in here with an agenda. We come in here understanding that we're here to support the staff.
Yeah.
And there are boards out there that are like that. You have your own agenda. I'm gonna change this, or I'm gonna do that. Nobody's ever, I mean, in my 21 years of doing this, no one has ever sat here and said, I'm gonna do this, and it's about me. It's, they listen, they learn, they want to adapt, and we understand that we don't know most of what is going on. The staff does.
It's great. So I'll work all that in. Communication, and again, this is more internal, but excellent internal and external. This kind of bleeds over. You know, is it an internal strength or an external opportunity? But our communication is certainly relevant. I'm wondering about M-Trust is improving operational efficiency and member services, because this was written at a time when, you know, M-Trust was maybe more in a development phase. I don't know if we need to adjust that language at all, or if we like it the way it is.
We're still enhancing M-Trust.
Okay.
So I think it's still relevant where it's at.
Okay. And then staff, correct.
But I also have to give kudos to the audit function that we have supported in the last couple of years too, because that alone has, I think, from what I'm hearing, has saved staff a lot of time, a lot of energy, pointed out some things, and actually brought in some money.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I would just say, the fact that M-Trust is an internally generated software, that might be because that it's, you know, we actually kind of created it with Alfred or AMA. It's just a lot better than a lot of the other systems that have kind of off the shelf products, from what I've gathered at you know, talking to other systems. So, but I don't know if we want to, you know, we don't necessarily need to change that, just that.
Strength.
Yeah, I think it's a big
Absolutely.
strength.
Yeah, that's great.
When he
Well, I
was
think
able to
it
sit
should-
with Tammy and.
It should be pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't an off the shelf, it was kind of
Right.
internally generated, and, you know, Tammy could probably speak to it better than I can.
Maybe in the infrastructure, but,
So it is.
infrastructure, yeah.
Okay. So maybe I'll add that to infrastructure, but I like saying it's, you know, an internally developed and customized system that's improving operational
Yes,
efficiency and member services. That's a really important point.
It's taken what the staff needs and put it into a.
Yeah, and rather than
Piece of
trying to the tail wagging the dogs, what happens with a lot of softwares, the business processes have to evolve to meet the software rather than the software being designed to
I have a
support.
related question for Attorney Jim. Is the flip side of that possibly a threat because it's not? It doesn't meet those accessibility guidelines that it may need to?
M-Trust specifically, or
Well, yeah, all of
I
our
mean,
related systems.
they're all things we have to consider. I think there's probably a priority list and a hierarchy. Who are we serving with the internal efforts? You know, the number of people, you know, and of course, we need to get there with everything. But we have 23 internal staff and 364 schools.
Districts.
So of the total numbers that we're serving, well, what do we have to prioritize? Where do we focus our efforts? And then there are legal, I guess, exceptions built in where not only is there a certain percentage compliance within, say, the 508 that needs to be there, but also there's a cost threshold. So is it an undue burden to say, well, we maybe have to spend $40 million to build a new system when we haven't gotten any complaints on the existing system? And there will be case law ultimately that will help inform some of those decisions. But I think that hierarchy is the first step to saying, where do we place our resources first?
And the reason I asked that question is that in the beginning, we thought it was only, the new requirements were only affecting our external
Yeah,
systems, but it
is affecting.
In theory, it's internal.
Wow. Because the PDF stuff and all of that, or
It's just
everything?
the ability for a screen reader. We don't have any staff that are blind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If we did, there would have to be the ability for them to use, doesn't require a mouse. You could tab to everything. It would read it out loud, even for our M-Trust system.
Okay. Wow.
But only to the extent feasible. I mean, so
Exactly.
that's an accommodation request that, you know, our response might have to be, well, we can't comply with that request to make our whole M-Trust system fully responsive. Because
why I
it's
asked
gonna
this
cost
earlier.
40 million, you know,
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
extreme amount of money to do.
If it would create an undue hardship,
Right.
yeah, you might not have to meet that
And
accommodation.
you know, like we talked already about this a little bit, and Jim talked about how we're kind of prioritizing the 508 compliance with our external facing public website first, because that's really where you're gonna have some group, because that's what's happening. There's groups out there that are looking for public agencies that aren't following the guidelines, and then they're filing suit. And so that's step one, and we're well underway. And then step two will be probably all the member portals. I mean, and they'll hopefully all go out, you know, around the same time, certainly before April 26th. And then the next step would probably be our employer portal, and then so on and so forth. M-Trust, to the extent, you know, we don't have anyone right now that has that handicap. And so we really don't have a lot of risk there. There's only 23 of us.
Okay, so as we go to the next page and training, before we get too far in, I want to agree on where should we park? Because I think Member Brown's comment about the audit functions, increased efficiency and save the system money is something important to add. So I don't know where we park that. Do we put that infrastructure?
Their audit, let me see. Shit.
It isn't a partnership, though. They're a member,
I
they're
just was reading.
Yeah,
an employee.
I think infrastructure sounds good. It could go under staff too, but it's really more of the function we're talking about. So I
It
think
is
it
a
fits under
function.
infrastructure. Does everybody like that?
Yeah.
And again, we'll have another chance to finalize this before we publish it. So we'll put it there for now. And if anybody changes their mind or whatever, we could certainly do that. Like Sean said, the training that we highlight here is mostly the external things we do. So TRS 101 still prominent. Ready, Set, Retire, is that still a big piece of what we do?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Bigger.
Anything we'd like to add or amend on training?
Nothing I can think of.
Okay. Infrastructure, we'll add the audit function there. Redundancy and backup capacity, I think that's still all relevant. Are we still using the state data center for that, or is it all in the cloud now?
I believe it's in the cloud, but it's the state solution for
Okay,
VR.
just maybe say using state resources.
Yeah.
Okay. effective workspace with individual offices. We're adding the audit function. Anything else we feel we need to add to the infrastructure?
We've got new boardroom chairs. Just
After
kidding.
after
After
50 years.
Member benefits and plans. Member Chamberlain already talked about the defined benefit program and how important that is. For a qualified plan.
Can we define GFOA?
Yes.
Yeah, there, we have it right up here, Government Finance Officers
Okay.
Association.
Tammy usually goes to that.
What's that?
Tammy usually goes to that, correct?
Yeah,
GFOA.
Okay.
Acronyms drive me nuts.
We still have the two membership tiers.
Yes.
Okay. And then the automated processes with the introductory letters and communication at key milestones.
yep, those all still apply.
Okay, anything we need to add on member benefits or plans? I'm starting to lose my ability to talk. Okay, and then partnerships. And I think that all looks sound there. Are we still at 7.7 with the Board of Investment, Sean? Is that still accurate?
7.3.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that is the actual, right? So not our
Yes,
assumption.
right.
7.7 is pretty darn close, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was thinking it was our sim grade.
Above the received rate.
Yeah, I think through June 30th wasn't 7.8 Nolan inception to date.
I could go check
I'm
that.
pretty sure it was, but 7.7 is close enough.
Okay.
Or we could change language there and said it's provided an estimated rate of return above our considerably ahead of our 7.3% objective.
Assumed rate.
That way we don't have to change it every time unless it drops below 7.3, which is unlikely.
Yeah. I mean, however you
I mean, it might even make more sense that, you know, they actually outperform their peers. Cause you know, I mean, obviously,
That's true.
I mean, I don't know if we want to go into all that, but they,
Generic,
No.
because that would imply all peers.
right, and
No,
it can be hard to even come up with a benchmark for,
Right.
they change their benchmarks all the time, so. Something like what, either we leave it the way it is or something like what, Member Chamberlain mentioned about.
You could just
Have
say
exceeded our
above,
assumed rate. I
have
would,
exceeded our assumed rate of 7.3.
Yeah, I think that's best for right now.
that's manager.
Then you don't have to change it every single 2 years.
Yes.
It's now at 7.9, now it's 7.
Investment
92.
management, which over time has exceeded our assumed rate. So
With luck, we'll never have to change it.
we have an experience study coming up, so.
Research.
Take any bets?
No.
You dare. I want to go back up to that.
Okay, that's great. And then our collaboration with MASBO and CTR and NERS and NASRA, all good strengths there.
I wonder if we should add, like, there's no reason why we couldn't add, like, school
State ones.
administrators in Montana, School Boards Association,
MFB.
MFB, yeah.
Okay,
Because MASBO is one of the state organizations, it's not a national.
yeah. Okay, I'll add this.
Teachers, the retired teachers board that.
Yeah.
Yeah, MREA, Montana Retired Educator Association.
Can I be both
And the other MREA, Montana Rural Education.
I
Lots of
think
them.
these heads.
And I think we had those all in there at one point and took them
Yeah,
out,
we did
didn't we?
too.
But it's up, it's your strategic plan.
I think it's important to name those
I
partners.
think it is too.
Yeah.
We don't want to forget anybody, but I think that's decent too.
If we forget them and they're significant, they'll complain.
That's right.
They'll let us know, yeah.
Full
We
board.
could always
I have
do
a
something on
pretty
there,
good
because I
list.
know in contracts take duties as assigned, in
Yep,
case something else comes up, so other groups that feel they need to be listed,
Right.
and other groups, yeah.
yeah,
And it says such as, it's not,
yeah.
Yeah. so
not
that.
comprehensive, the list.
Perfect. Okay, moving on. these are where we hit some of our internal challenges. So. Yeah, I don't know if we wanna, and this is where, you know, our IT systems may need to be modified to meet accessibility guidelines. That would probably fit here. If we agree that's a challenge.
It was a question on my part. I'm not sure how the rest of you guys feel about.
Okay, well, I'll add
I
that.
think we should acknowledge it, absolutely.
I don't know if we need to, do we want to say anything about internal training? And again, I think that's more the need for documentation, you know, is really kind of the piece that's, you know, need for documentation to support internal processes and support training. Would that be a good way to say that?
Say it again.
One internal challenge might be our need for documentation, you know, to support, you know, business continuity and internal training or something like that.
Yeah, need for process documentation.
Yep.
Yeah.
On the second bullet under communication, I think we should put something, benefits and programs are often or sometimes undervalued, but just to make the statement that they are undervalued, I think is a misnomer.
It's not a blanket statement.
That's right.
Yeah.
So just add the word sometimes.
That's true.
Sometimes, yep, thank you.
You could even say often, but
Or maybe.
Well, sometimes might be actually better word than often.
yeah,
I mean,
probably.
the makeup of the legislature rolls over and changes, you know, every 2 years. And really the sentiment up there can be way different from one session to the next.
Yes. Good point, Pete.
I don't really know, based on what Sean told us, if there's a need to do cross-department training or if that's an internal challenge. That may just be more of a staff perception thing. So I don't know if
Right.
that's something we need to say staff perceives, or if we just leave it off. I'm leaning towards just leaving it off.
I think we should leave it off
I
too.
would agree. And so far, the evidence is not staff, but just one individual.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think, yeah, there were one or two that responded to the survey. Certainly there were several comments about the need
About training.
for training.
The only one was specific to
Yeah, to
different
the
departments.
cross, right, cross training, yeah.
cross training.
Okay. So I think the major modifications here will say benefit and programs are sometimes undervalued by legislators, and we'll add maybe a category about resources, and that our IT systems may need to be modified to meet accessibility guidelines, and there's a need for process documentation to support our business continuity and internal training. Great. Okay, now we can look at some external opportunities. And again, keep in mind, as we look at the opportunities, there's also going to be,
No, I'm sorry. I just see that they just brought the food out there. Should we stop and get the food and then continue on? Is that what you'd like to do?
Good idea. Is it everyone's preference then to go ahead and work through lunch? Okay, so maybe.
Is everybody okay? Just a few minutes to grab
Yeah.
some stuff and then we just
do a
keep
working
going.
lunch.
Is that
Okay.
right with you?
That's great with me, yeah.
That's good.
Can't wait to watch you eat and talk.
Why don't we
Don't eat
take,
with your mouth full.
yeah, maybe we could just take like a 10 or 15-minute break and.
Don't eat with your mouth. You need to put that on a t-shirt.
And
We're recording.
helium, mine next. All right, now we're back at. I have it over here.
We've kind of eaten and we'll let Jim go continue with his leadership here.
Perfect. So we're going to pick up with external opportunities. So just to recap, we've dealt with the internal strengths and internal challenges. Now we're going to look at external opportunities. And you know, any conditions that we can take advantage of to advance the organization's goals. So I'll just kind of, again, high level walk us through the major areas we've got as far as external opportunities would be the external partnerships, continued external training, infrastructure, communication. So some of the external partnerships, again, we did touch on that as a internal strength as well. So I can kind of rethink some of these and reorganize some of this a little bit, where we think it fits best, but our external partnerships, I think, are one of the strongest opportunities we have.
Can I just hop in on one item there? We have it listed as School Administrators of Montana, and then we have Montana Association of School Superintendents. Montana Association of School Superintendents is underneath of School Administrators of Montana. And there's multiple other organizations underneath SAM.
Yeah.
Mass is a SAM.
So I think the thought process there was like the interaction I have directly with Rob is what I think more would consider the SAM. And then when I go out and meet, that's always with Mass, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, I
That's the thought
totally
process.
get what you're saying,
Okay.
but yeah,
And you don't interact with any of the other
I don't.
SAM entities?
No,
Okay.
just Mass, and then obviously with Rob, especially during the legislature. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe I could say the school administrators of Montana, including Mass.
I think it's fine the way it is, if that's how we're looking at it.
Okay. Right. Anything we'd like to add or change to external partnerships?
I think rather than, send more board members, continue sending board members.
Okay.
Yeah, and the formal training that, we're talking about there is like the trustee workshop that NCTR provides, as well as there is some training. It's not as much training at the annual conference, but there is still some at the annual conference. Yep.
That summer training is really good.
Yeah.
On that third point, when we're encouraging superintendents to bring information from Mass meetings to their boards, are we also encouraging them to bring that to their staff?
Yeah.
And
I hope we are, because that's what the meetings feel like. It feels like it's more for
To their
what
boards.
we need to bring to our clerks, our HR department, our teachers,
Yeah.
all of our employees, rather than.
So
The board certainly.
you can say to their staff and boards.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
to their boards and staff.
Yeah.
Okay. And training, and I think I'll probably move the board training down under training, obviously, that make a little more sense.
So the only thing on this second bullet about develop training for school board trustees and consider virtual delivery. I mean, we did develop a school board web page, a specific page for school board members, but we've really never done anything, specific for school board members beyond
What's the
that.
goal of that?
I think it stems more from when we were, there used to be a lot more angst and pushback from school boards and employers in general about how they utilize working retirees. And if anything, like I think really cracked down on that shortly before I got here. And we sort of held the line, as hard as we could for as long as we could. And then if anything, we've as a group have softened up to some degree and allowed a little bit more flexibility. And there's just not, I don't think there's near the angst about that issue as there used to be. I think everybody kind of feels pretty good about where things stand now. And when I say everybody, I'm talking like School Boards Association, School Administrators in Montana, and even the TRS Board. I think we're more comfortable than we were for quite a while.
For a while, it was being used and utilized.
And there
to
were
keep
lawsuits.
people teaching, or keep people, usually it was superintendent, in all honesty. They would find ways for the superintendents to continue doing what they were doing and getting paid. For example, instead of being a superintendent, you're now the transportation director, and you are the which was the job you were doing anyway, and the HR person, and so that they could use other boards. We had a lot of problems.
Okay.
And so and they were just trying to find ways to keep people, come on, if we'll pay you your retirement and you can make money for this and this and this. Which was great, but it was illegal. So we had to stop that.
This category is external partnership, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess
I don't know, we're going to develop any training.
from my perspective, we've talked more about, training and materials for, like other school staff, like clerks and business official, business officers and HR officers, those kinds of things than we have necessarily school board members.
To me, that seems more important, but I understand that it may not have been in the past, so.
Yeah, well, and this has been on here now for, probably 4 or 5 iterations of, so maybe it's not as relevant to have on there.
Maybe it's time to transition it.
So I could change it to say maintain the webpage for school board trustees and then add develop training and materials for school staff, clerks, HR, business officers.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's continue more than develop, because we already provide a lot of that training, but it's certainly something that we need to keep up to date and continue to provide annually.
So it's continue virtual and in-person training for.
Yeah, for all of school clerks, business, so on and so forth, yeah. Okay.
I'll chime in on the webpage. We built that, and currently we don't have a way to see any metrics on whether it's ever looked at, but my suspicion is it's almost never been looked at. We will know more with the new website because there are analytics with it. But we built or created an email address that's posted on that page, and we've never had a question come into it. We've had a couple of questions come in, but it wasn't a school board question. It was someone who found one was a state employee who found the email address in the state address book and used it. So it's not, I don't think it's had a great impact. So we will carry it forward to the new website.
Yeah, and then we can track it, and if it ends up that it really is never really looked at, then maybe we drop it off there.
Yeah.
I mean, you sort of get the same benefit. You're working with the same group of people to the extent that superintendents are carrying our message back with them, rather than, and we just never really had much direct correspondence or conversation with school boards.
Yeah, I don't know where
it's more, I don't either. I don't know that it would happen.
And I will just tell you that some superintendents were bringing back information that wasn't legitimate. So it was like trying to put out the real stuff that was there. And again, it's just all in the past, but that was why this was there.
Because they were trying to do, I'm gonna tell the board something.
Yes, I can
I'm
do
gonna
this. You can
benefit
hire
from it
me
if
as
I
the
tell them
transportation
that we can do
director
it
and
this way.
the HR person at this, and I will be able to retire.
I've heard stories about.
It was crazy.
Okay.
You already were the transportation director. What are you talking about? You already did that stuff.
Hey, how about infrastructure? Anything we wanna?
I have just a very minor edit. Right here, where it says, ensure strategic plans address changing demographics. No, that's not it. Where are you there?
I will back down.
Ensure strategic plans about the 5th bullet down under infrastructure.
Never mind. I misread it. It's fine.
Okay.
Under infrastructure, I think we've already developed the audit process. Do we need to keep that on there? Develop data validation and audit processes?
No.
What is that first part,
Well-
the data validation?
Yeah. The word develop probably can. I mean, we still definitely do data validation, and we have, there's a lot more staff that do service audits than the actual TRS auditors.
Okay, so more maintain rather than develop.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's a better word, maintain.
Okay. We've talked about increasing capacity through contracting. Would we maybe take in staffing off or not looking at additional FTE, or do you want to keep that on there, just to keep the door open?
Even if it's temporary staff like the technical writer, I think it needs to be on there.
Okay. Establish agreements and contracts for system support, modification, enhancement. Guess we probably still gonna do that.
Yeah, I mean,
That includes stuff like DocuSign and.
we already have existing agreements for system support and enhancement. But we'll need to establish probably agreements for system no, that's system document, process documentation is still there. So,
Is this 2 bullet points? Part of it, maintain our agreements, and the other one, establish these
Yeah.
new ones?
that probably makes sense.
Or you could just say maintain and establish,
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
yeah.
Sounds
That's
good.
fine.
or establish and maintain.
Yeah, establish and maintain.
Okay, streamline workflow, redefine business processes, redefine roles. That's an ongoing opportunity.
Especially where we go with the brochures and, or the
Sure, strategic plans, that's something we'll continue to do. Initiate the online comparative application, that's still in the works. I guess maybe, do we want to say? Well, we already addressed it as a challenge, but update our sites to comply with 508? Look at it as an opportunity rather than a,
well, really.
yeah. Okay, anything else in infrastructure?
So, I mean, this existing one, we've already accomplished that. I mean, I think this was written prior to the new member letter being part of what's automated in interest.
Yeah, that's it, because I didn't know that was on.
Yeah, this one.
Mhm.
Yeah, kind of
I mean, we can still encourage, them to use my TRS, but I mean, as far as this, including sending a letter to new members.
Yeah.
I mean, that's done.
That's already happened.
It's done.
Yeah,
So then it just needs to be encourage employers to distribute information to members.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's great. All right, shifting to communication then. Communicate to employers the value of TRS. Encourage members to use online resources, expand website information. What about webinars? Are we going to continue? Is there still opportunity to expand webinars? Have we achieved that?
We'll be doing more of them this year.
Yeah,
Okay, build on our quality communication program and expand public relations.
I mean, I think that's an ongoing thing, right?
Ongoing opportunity. Okay,
We realize how valuable it is.
Yeah, it definitely makes life a lot smoother, come legislature.
Sorry, on that first point, school boards are concerned about retention. And TRS is a significant retention factor. Could it maybe just say school districts or school systems? Cause it's not only the board. I think
Yeah.
teachers are concerned about this, administrators are concerned about this.
Good
I
point.
think those 2 groups are probably more concerned than the boards are.
Yeah.
right?
School districts is probably the.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, maintain a national advocacy presence.
I don't really know what that would be, outside
We used to be like just having Denise go to those different IRS. She was so,
Well, she goes to the Napa conference and then. But I mean, as far as having a
social
a
security.
presence with IRS and social security.
That's impossible.
So is that something that we remove altogether?
I'd ask you that, Jim.
I would say. Our working with Ice Miller, our tax council is really that presence. They're the go-to for public systems throughout the country.
Yeah.
And really, I think we would be out of line, not deferring to them and their expertise.
So can we put it instead of the IRS and Social Security, put something like that?
Or wouldn't that fall under where we're gonna keep our, gonna
Well,
maintain
our our
contracts and relationships or whatever?
Yeah, I don't really know I can't remember what was driving that one. Cause we really don't, we used to have some communication with the IRS regarding the cycle C, D, and E filings, but they don't do those any longer.
And there's no function of advocacy that can be done directly with those bodies because those bodies are ruled by governmental processes. So it's just written wrong.
Yeah, let's just get rid of it and then.
Yeah.
Maybe maintain our relationship with tax council could be something we add up under external partnerships.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or communications almost.
Right, very good.
See, that first one there identifies what I think we were trying to do with the advocacy idea with the IRS and Social Security.
Right? Think you're right.
We might want to drop that word inaccurate, just provide information, accurate or inaccurate.
Yeah, I like that better.
It seems like we've got a hard prejudice against anybody that has an opinion about defined benefit, and that's not necessarily the case. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think a lot of that was kind of timely because at the time, a lot of people were attacking defined
Right.
benefit.
Right.
Okay. Advocate and improve for enhanced regulatory requirements. Continue to encourage the university system to fund its participation. Educate employee members about security threats. Survey members, we continue to do that.
Or should we add cybersecurity threats to that since it's online, or is that explained already now?
I think that was. Or should we even mention it?
That's, there's,
Online security threats, would that be?
so I mean, like, online, like,
This one.
I just did it with, lady that actually lives here, Diane, Burks, I think, is her last name. And now I've got all this cybersecurity in my head, so I'm kind of, I mean, online security threats, but I don't know if we need to get more specific.
And we do a training.
I don't know how we educate
Yeah,
our
our
members.
staff gets, cybersecurity training.
The one thing I was thinking is like if somebody calls one of our members and says something about their retirement, educating them as to doing what, what do they do in those situations? Who do they call? Would we call them and say, hey, listen, I need you to give me your.
Cause if we're supposed to educate, do we have some sort of liability there?
Right.
Like they could blame us for not telling them how to do something?
I just don't think that line is
I
necessary.
know, cause we're not an educational body in that respect.
Certainly part of the communication that we would do with members is that kind of stuff, but to put it in as a bullet in our communication, I don't know that I would.
Makes it a responsibility.
Yeah. Fine with removing it. Our staff is required to go through
Right.
security training and, so it's fine. We can take it out of here. And we really don't. Like I know once on our website, we posted something about sort of a targeted scheme that we were aware of, but beyond that, we don't, it's not like we have a function or any documents that speak specifically to online security for members.
Right.
So we can remove it.
Remove it, maybe we can provide cybersecurity training to staff, if anything.
I don't even know if we need to,
Okay.
they're required to take it.
Yep, okay, let's just take it off altogether then.
Under that next one, who would be the trained representatives?
Good question. This one.
Yeah. And I know that wording there bothers me a little bit, public assumptions reflecting reality. I don't know how we do that either exactly.
Some people don't even live in reality. How do you train it?
I think where that may have came from is a long time ago too, is maybe engaging, you know, possibly even board members or superintendents to do some local outreach, but ensuring they were trained to do it before they did it.
Appropriately.
We did discuss that.
Well, we have no real way to make sure they're trained appropriately.
Right.
You know, I mean, in all honesty, we don't.
Or to come to a consensus about what reality is.
Right. So
I'm not sure about
Choose
choosing.
another good one to get rid of.
Yeah, I think so.
It's got a lot of holes in it.
Simplification is not always a bad thing.
We all.
Yes.
That's usually a good thing.
It is very long.
Delete it anyway, okay.
This was very specific, so I remember, because even down below, share and illustrate positive aspects and benefits of TRS, and then example, which is great, because now we know what we were talking about.
Yeah.
How much of that do we want in there? That would just be a question for me.
And where it says 8% of their wages, isn't that dependent upon the tier that they're in?
No, the contribution rate's the same for both tiers.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
That was just, that one came more from, you know, just trying to readjust their perception.
I understand.
That's what that was about, but I don't know why we put it down like that.
so I really
This is your
like
opportunity.
these couple plus this one here. I mean, those could probably all be combined into one that just
Mhm.
speaks to, you know, continue to put it out there that, you know, the value of the defined benefit plan.
Without specific numbers,
Yeah.
so that we don't have to change it all again?
Yeah, and we really don't. Cause really, that's even what this one is about as well, is
Right.
that you're not losing 8% of your wages, you're participating in a defined benefit plan that'll provide a benefit for the rest of your life.
I think all three of those are assumed in this one. Strive for more clear and concise communication with members.
I think those could all be combined into one good statement there.
Yeah.
Positive aspects and benefits.
Yep. Yeah, I think all that. So I'll just make a note to kind of consolidate that all into one concise statement.
And how about the one that says educate employers to mitigate individual efforts to manipulate the system for personal gain? Have we been experiencing much of that lately?
Not that I'm
That was
aware
a
of.
long time ago, yeah, and
Yeah.
that was the people who were trying to make more than 10% at the end and just
Yeah.
other things like that.
So can we take that off then?
Yeah,
I think so.
Well, and we've created laws to stop that.
Yeah. We closed a lot of those.
Close those loopholes.
Fingers crossed, I don't want to jinx us, but we haven't had a lawsuit in a long time.
Yeah, and then that last.
Oh,
That
that's good.
last bullet fits into the consolidated statement.
You threw that out there. Here's one. We're not getting out of town now.
It's still an old thing. The strategic planning's hard. The actuary looks pretty good right now.
So external challenges, that all did fit on one page. So what you've got there in front of you is what we've identified. So let's just kind of work through that like we've done these other three categories.
Yeah, and it's all here. We don't have this, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, it's all on the screen.
Actually, those make much more sense.
What about that third bullet there?
This one, when membership or salaries do not increase, well, if payroll doesn't grow with the assumed percentage, then it does
Yep,
affect our ability to amortize.
that's a legitimate liability. For sure.
All those are good, I think. I
Second
think
one
that's
to me is, but I don't know that I fully understand what, if you can't pay the teacher wages, there's really no way to increase their retirement benefit. I don't,
Yeah,
That's
I
when they
agree.
were asking us for like less days and instead of the 150, the 120. I mean, they're just trying to find ways to use us to help. We can't pay them more, but we could let them retire and
And you know, this one right here is included in that one. It's just a subset of it. So I don't think it needs to be there as a separate bullet point.
So combine the second and final bullet point under advocacy into.
I just think the last bullet point is not necessary because it's implied by
living in Montana.
membership or salaries not increasing. That would be a result of property values and cost of living, which we can't do anything about. So as a separate bullet point for us, it's not a separate limitation. I guess I don't see any added value in offering that as a separate bullet point for us as a liability, because it's already included in when membership or salaries do not increase. TRS would fall behind in amortizing current unfunded liabilities. I'm not hearing a second.
Well, we
don't know.
think about the property,
Right,
property values. I mean, that's out of our control.
right.
I wish we
so
could
you just want to
control it.
remove this one?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
Yes.
sound good.
Good.
Would we ever be in a position where we're advocating for increased salaries? I mean, of course, we all know that's a good thing, but is that something that we've ever taken a position on?
Legislatively?
So, yeah, so I'm wondering, so there's the bullet point further up,
It's still, and it's
Adequate funding for teacher wages?
that one.
oh, shoot,
No, that's not being able to pay for the salaries that you've already committed to.
oh, looking at the inadequate funding for teacher wages. And that's under advocacy, so, but we already spoke about that.
Right. Yeah. All right, workforce.
And I think we have had to advocate in like the charter school things and to make sure that who was going to be considered or not considered and. Did we?
We have to some degree, but mostly just speaking to whether or not the way that whichever
Bill
bill
was
that
written.
was, how it was written and whether or not they would be eligible or required to participate in TRS is more from that.
Okay,
I can tell you like just the fragmentation of sort of of how education is provided nowadays. It is a real thing. I mean, I think I approved around 82 or 83 independent contractors last fiscal year. As remember, we passed that bill that said they have to, go through the process and have TRS approval that we, after we saw that they certified their independent contractors. I mean, and they're for things that normally you would envision being just an employee of the district, and they're not because they're doing it for multiple districts. I mean, it's a different story if they're doing it on behalf of a co-op, because that's the whole function of a co-op, is
Yeah.
right? But they're as individuals, they're doing it, like a third time for 3 or 4 different employers. And there's a lot more of them out there than you might think. And really all we're talking about here is external challenges facing TRS.
Yeah, it
And I
is a
think
challenge.
every one of those bullets is still valid.
yep.
And another one, I don't know exactly where it would fall in here, but it is. It's not a 5-year, or maybe not even a 10-year, but at least the projections are correct. It's more of a 15, 20-year problem, is just the demographics of Montana's population and what that might mean for membership in TRS. Because if you have, it's projected that our number of kids between 6 and 18 is supposed to drop off, pretty good. It doesn't happen overnight. I mean, I've looked at the projections. It's like a 15+ year potential problem, but that could also change a lot. I mean, a lot more people could end up coming to Montana at some point in time.
But there may be less kids.
There could be less kids, but there could also be, it's just the shifting demographics. I mean, and we do have it in here a little bit as far as shifting demographics and how it impacts retirees, but it also is a shifting demographics for school district, like, the number of students they serve. Because if you have to 10 years from now, if you're serving half as many students as you are right now, you're likely not going to have the same number of teachers you have today, right?
That would be accurate.
I would love a 10-person class.
So did anyone have anything on these?
Well, so if a charter school falls under a school district, then they're automatically in as normal?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yep. If they're part of the school district, which means they're a TRS employer, then they'd be required to participate.
Okay.
But also a Montana Choice school, depending on their charter, could opt in to TRS too. It doesn't mean they're not going to.
Okay.
They have that opportunity to.
Okay.
So it depends. I mean, if they're a public school district, yes.
Right.
Yes. Yep.
So all of these workforce bullet points are true, but they're not action steps. There's really nothing we can do about them. Whereas under operations, we've written it as action steps: evaluate, continue to evaluate, assess. So there's just a difference in the structure of how we're stating those risk factors. I don't know that that's necessarily relevant or not, but
I think it's very relevant, but
They're not necessarily action items. These are
right,
these are all points.
risks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically risks, external risks.
Yeah.
Related to workforce.
Okay.
Can you help me understand that last one? Factors such as retirement, illness and disabilities, school. Is that people going back to school? Is that what that's referring to? Or the school system, like what does the school mean? The other parts I understand. I guess I'm just wondering about the word school. What is it referring to?
That's a great question. We're probably just being wordy,
Yeah, I don't.
or just jumped in there.
No.
So I understand factors such as retirement, illness and disability, and family care.
School might mean what you're getting paid. I mean, smaller schools don't pay as much as larger schools, but
Workforce shortage.
there's gotta be, maybe there's a different word he's looking for in there.
I just
School location, maybe? School.
don't know.
Yeah.
No recollection.
We could just strike that.
We could.
Yeah, just get rid of it.
It's your strategic plan. So if you don't know what it means, I think we just.
Yeah.
Did you run out of the room and come back on that one? That was a lot
Hey,
of
Madam
distance.
Chair,
Yes.
members of the board, I was just wondering, are you talking about maybe school closures, consolidations? That could lead to workforce shortages.
That's true.
We could put school closures and
Yes,
consolidations.
good point, I think, yeah.
Thanks, Tammy.
Glad you're still awake over there, Tammy.
You bet.
Hey, very good. All right, operations, evaluate utilization of external consultants to ensure the plan complies. Are we already past the evaluation? Are we can it be utilized or?
I think, yeah, I mean, if it's referring to using Ice Miller to do the qualification review, I think that's what we should just say, utilization of external consultants.
Okay. You evaluate needs and staffing.
D, do you need to sign anything before she heads out? Just.
Yeah.
Needs of state.
I don't wanna let her sneak away before she signs whatever she has to sign. There's 2 chats. Is there?
I would say too, like,
Questions?
we're always evaluating like consultants and,
Only person left.
actuaries and different things like that. I don't know if it matters.
We'll have to have
If we take
lunch.
that off, external consultants,
Yeah, that's true.
you know, if they weren't doing their job, we would say, hey, listen, we're gonna. I don't know, if that's what that meant, I have no.
Something that could be added to that bullet point to give it some teeth is at the end, so failure to comply, reduce the risk of failure to comply and allow the board to fulfill their duty of prudence as fiduciaries. Because really that is the duty to be informed, and none of us are experts in many of those areas, so that is a critical step.
To fulfill duty of prudence as fiduciaries.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, operations and then training. I mean, I think I can move those two internal opportunities really. I don't think they really fit under external challenges. Okay. So I think we're in good shape. Really, all we have left to do is kind of take one last look at the updated commitment worksheet, which we could maybe, I could step out, you guys can do the disabilities, and that may take 15 minutes.
Okay, we are going to close this meeting due to some disability applications. And I need a motion on the disability request for Jeanette M. Gray, the first disability request we heard.
Madam Chair, I move that we honor the disability request in the affirmative for Jeanette M. Gray.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. I also need a motion for the disability request of Janet L. Jones.
Move to approve.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. And I also need a motion for the disability request of Brandy K. Long.
Your turn. I move to approve.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. All were affirmative. I will take all of those.
Pass those back. Thank you.
Yes. Right. So we have Jim out there still?
He's in my office.
Okay.
You want me to go?
Yeah, I'll go.
Hopefully he was getting something at work done.
Left in the password,
Yeah,
so I'm
so-
Department of Admin's work done.
Which really, he's got the action plans kind of going already, it looks like, right? He said about 15 minutes.
We're right here. Share my screen.
So I think we're pretty close to done.
Yeah.
We've just got a couple of last things to look at, and we've kind of already done our work on the commitment worksheet, so.
Thank you for all of the organization to this. This has moved along smoothly and allowed us all to participate in a good way. So
Good,
thank you.
thank you, I appreciate that. So we just want to kind of look at, before we wrap up today, take a look at our goals and objectives and our work assignments. So you kind of all saw this in your primer. We want to make sure that our goals are specific measurable, achievable, relevant, and have some sort of time frame on. So we'll look at page after this. And just kind of walk through this as a group and make sure we're in general agreement, and then.
Again, we don't have this, it's only up there.
Yeah.
Yep, it's only up on the screen, and then what I'll do is, after we kind of get your agreement with the broad brush strokes, I'll work with Sean to really refine this and possibly even consolidate or combine some of these things to make it a little more concise. So if anybody sees any, redundancies or things that you think might fit together as we go through, just be sure to let me know, because that'll really help if we can make this equipment worksheet a little more targeted and consolidated. So like we talked about earlier, I just kept the periodic tax qualification review on there with our next one in fiscal year 26. Took off the SJ4 because that's complete. Included the experience study, which will go kind of with the tax qualification review. Just a slightly different time frame, so not much we need to do there. We want to continue to have the ORA functionality. I don't know if we need to adjust that implementation. Sean, it said 2025, 2026 implementation. Does that sound right, or do we need to look at?
Which one are you on?
The one on the very bottom there.
Very bottom. Yeah, 26, 27.
Okay. So I'll change that. And is that fiscal year or calendar year?
This fiscal year.
Okay. We'll have that. The ones in yellow there are the ones that I kind of added, the things I showed you before about the modernize the TRS website with mobile responsiveness. So I basically just took that previous goal about implement a responsive web design and kind of rolled that all together into the 508 compliance, improve functionality and member convenience, legal compliance. I put 2026 on there. Does that sound right?
Well, yes.
No.
Yeah, fiscal year 26. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that'll be pretty much John and Darla will be leading that, staff time, maybe some licensing fees for the software to help do the website review. I just left the continued business process and workflow improvements while building online major processes. I don't know if that's something that's kind of redundant with what we've already said, if that needs to be called out specifically, or we want to eliminate that or just leave it on there for now.
I think we leave it on. It's definitely still going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just leave it.
Okay. And then we did have the develop procedural documentation, so I just kind of updated that language to talk about the comprehensive desk function manuals, improved documentation, business processes, staff time, contractor fees. I don't know if we want to put a time frame on that. When we think we might be able to get that done, there'll be a couple steps. First step would be to select the contractor. Second step would be able to do the work. So I don't know how specific we want to get on that.
Do anything, Sean?
Well, I mean, I would imagine it's going to get broken out into pieces too. Like, I think our first priority is going to be to document the retired payroll functions, and then we'll work our way through, active and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what to put on there until we know what we're gonna, like when somebody can start, all that, those kinds of things.
We could just say ongoing. It's fine, right?
Yeah, well, or we could say, I think certainly fiscal year 26, 27, 26-27.
Okay.
And we may not get everything completely done in that, basically a little under 2 years at this point, but we'll certainly have quite a bit done.
Doesn't fiscal year 26 start in July of 26 and end in July?
It's already underway, so it ends June 30th, 2026.
Okay.
And then 27 starts July
Okay.
26. Yeah. So we're still almost at 2 full years.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. The next one was just continue with the formal strategic planning. So our next formal planning would be in 2027, which is at the tail end of the 2-year period. let's see, just going to the next page there, I think was we already had maintained best practices in system security, so pursue identity verification with these signature operations, so I don't think we need to really change that, I guess. Maybe we're not doing an enterprise contract for DocuSign anymore, is that right? We're gonna be looking at something else?
No, the contract with DocuSign will be there, at least for now,
Okay,
but we may be looking at another solution,
okay,
either in addition to or.
The identity verification piece of DocuSign probably won't be what we do.
okay. So I'll just maybe clarify that there'll be maybe a different solution for identity verification.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, and then succession planning, again, that's already on there, so again, just kind of talked about the double filling, cross-training, retired payroll documentation. So I think most of that's going to take place in 2026. That'll be our top priority, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna probably be the whole 2-year period.
Okay.
I think, the one retirement that I know is coming, is gonna be December of 2026.
Okay. Which will be in fiscal year 27.
That's fiscal year 26.
Perfect. Okay, I'll just put fiscal year 26, 27 there. Keeping a high priority on maintaining the pay plan, I think that was emphasized through our work today. And again, if any of these you think they're routine or don't need to be called out in the commitment worksheet, just let me know.
I want that to be on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I wonder so we don't have our own pay plan anymore, it's just how we implement.
So we don't need to say TRS pay plan, we could just say the pay plan, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that would be correct.
This used to be, the last time we wrote this, we still had a TRS pay plan and
Right.
pay plan policy, and now, they basically said we can't have that, we have to just fall under DMAs.
Okay.
So it's more maintain our pay plan to keep currently. I mean, and we're not saying policy, so I think it's probably fine to say maintain. I just want to make sure everybody understands, we don't, technically speaking, we don't have our own pay plan policy like we did a few years ago and every year prior to that.
Okay. And you still retain a bit of autonomy on implementing the pay plan, right? You still do some adjustments?
As long as it's within their pay plan policy guidelines, yeah, but if it's outside of that, then no, I don't have any autonomy.
Okay, okay. So our outcome measure might just be competitive wages then rather than a.
Yeah, competitive at least across executive branch.
I did see they're coming out with a new pay plan draft, so.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to continue to highlight executive director and board member attendance at school superintendent meetings and non-legislative years?
Yeah, I think so. So,
okay.
Spring of 2026 would be right. It's hard to believe we're halfway through 25 already.
Yeah.
More than halfway.
Okay. We still have below that external communications, including staff attendance at the educator conference, legislator education outreach, MFP, NASBO, SAM, MSL.
For sure.
Yeah, okay, we'll leave that on there.
Speaking of MCEL, it's going to be coming up soon. If you do have somebody on staff that's interested in being there or able to be there, let me know and I'll be happy to advocate for that to happen.
Okay.
Either through MREA or through SAM.
Okay.
Because we all have seats.
I might reach out to you because I had inquired a little bit about that and got the time frame. I just need to double check when it is again and see about, give some thought to what it might present or what they might give me the opportunity as far as chunk of time.
I think it would be worthwhile.
Okay.
Especially, I know we saw board a lot on here.
Yeah.
Every time we saw it, I changed it to district or
Yeah.
something else, but
Sure.
I mean, board members will be there, superintendents will be there, principals will be there.
What is
NASBO
MSL?
will be there.
What is MSL?
It's the same as MFP,
Okay.
basically.
It's your,
Yeah, so the
second week in October,
Oh, okay, when is it?
I think. It could end up being the third, I don't know.
I don't know when it is this year.
I don't know.
It's the 19th or 16th or something.
I have access to that. Yeah.
All right, and then our final page of the commitment worksheet.
It's October, starts Wednesday, October 15th and runs to the 17th. I'll follow up with you. I'll follow up with you on that.
So at the top in communication and outreach, and there was kind of one thing we talked about, some sort of touch point with employers, you know, when a new account for employers set up, do a tutorial for new employers. We want to tie that to updating the employer handbook, maybe having them look at a presentation 101. I don't know if that fits under this first one, because we're promoting communication with members and employers about system functions, improvements. I guess that was maybe more about systems and processes, but I don't know if this initiative to have an additional touch point with the employers, and I think we're specifically talking about like the clerks and HR people and everything there. So I'm just
I
wondering.
think that can be covered in that. I mean, Sean knows what, you know, then it's not as specific to see, because I don't think we know yet.
Well, yeah, I would say, I guess my comment on that whole point, at this point is that that's completely theoretical at this point. I mean, I've had no discussions with anyone about that prior to today. And I will tell you, we've always made it, we don't want to put barriers in front of them actually reporting wages. So I need to think about this a lot more before we put it as something that's going to get
No,
measured.
yeah, no.
Okay.
Cut our own throats there.
Yeah.
Can't
Okay.
get the information because they won't go through the training.
And I agree with the chair that it kind of fits under that general category anyway, so.
You know what we're,
Know what we're talking about there. Okay, and then continuing with the member surveys, I think that's been very valuable, certainly for this process. Just like to keep that on there. Promote the system as a benefit to help school districts attract and retain teachers. Again, I don't know if that's an ongoing priority we want to communicate, if that's something we've done, or if that kind of falls into the heading of just routine operations, or if we want to keep it.
Well, I think it's something we certainly do. I mean, even in our newsletters, we typically have something about, you know, how TRS benefits either their county or, you know, whatever, where they're located. You know, we show how much benefits we pay out by county.
The new website will have that as well.
Okay. I think just keep it on there then, as just to identify it as a priority. And
I think usually you link to the NC PERS report, at least for sure on the website, that shows like kind of the economic turnover of a benefit dollar. And how, I mean, so I think it's something that I think it really is ongoing, and we should continue to do it.
great. In communication and outreach, we've completed the hiring of the communication professional, and we have the contracted services for procedure manuals elsewhere in the worksheet with the documentation objectives. So I think that's all could come off as completed or moved elsewhere. I did add the final leadership initiative about transitioning the newsletter to electronic only format, and we can maybe flesh that out with a little more detail as we get a sense of what that's going to look like from there.
Do we want, I mean, we had quite a bit of discussion about that one. Do we want to say to electronic default format? I mean, it seemed like there was still some support from the board if somebody requests a paper copy, that we go ahead and do that, or do we want, I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for now, we have to.
Okay.
So electronic default, and then we'll have to sort out how we do that.
Right.
But it's definitely doable.
I think they have to opt then in, that if you
They're
want
gonna
it
have to-
sent to you,
they're gonna have to
you have
opt
to
in
call.
to mail.
Or not mail, or call, but whatever.
And send us an envelope with a
With
stamp.
$1.
Darla, when's the next newsletter go out?
Twice a year.
Probably November.
Some of those little people
I
would
feel
do
like that would be the, The
So I'll
vehicle, just,
That's what we've talked about,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure, but it'll be the last one and we'll talk about it in that issue.
almost like the opt-in for the interested persons list.
Yeah, yeah. Very much like that.
Okay, so we'll just say transition newsletter to electronic format with the ability for members to request a paper copy.
Yeah.
Okay. And then research available options for TRS to support or promote a deferred comp system for teachers.
Do you want that on there? I mean, you've done
I
it.
think it's gonna be just kind of part
Ongoing.
of the standard presentation, I'll continue just to provide that information, so it'll probably come out.
We can take that out.
We do it for members as well in our presentations and on the website.
Okay, so we'll just take that out as a highlighted objective and that'll just become part of our routine communications. Anything else that we haven't articulated or that we want to see in the commitment worksheet that comes to mind now? And you'll get another crack at it when we give you the completed work product.
Can't think of anything.
Madam Chair, members of the board, can I just ask one question in relation to, and this is more of a question directed towards Darla than anything. As far as the communications, the job responsibilities that you and Lexi have currently, and us looking at going out and hiring a contractor to do the heavy lifting of doing, putting together our procedural manuals for all of the different, teams within TRS. Do you envision that after that uplift or that first initial getting the manuals in place, that going forward, maintaining those, that you and Lexi would have the workflow or the time available to keep those? Because it's going to be, we'll do this heavy lifting now to get the manuals in place, but it's something that would have to be and should be ongoing forever. Do you feel that we don't need a third position? Do you feel that a contractor would satisfy that? You would still be able to handle it once it's in place with everything that's going on with 508 compliance and maintaining the website and all the other duties that you have?
I think so. And I think, on at least a part-time basis, Lexi or myself for that matter, I mean, we could be involved to some degree. I just couldn't spare her, full-time work being pulled off to do something else. But yeah, no, I think for any project, whether it's, when I was brought in as a contractor, that was meant to go away and staff would then take care of it. So I think the ongoing maintenance would be something that we, working with the SMEs, would just have to keep it up. And I don't see at this point, it's hard for me to say, oh, we would absolutely need a third person. I don't know that to be true.
Well, and ours being so specific, like, it's not like we can go out and get a Microsoft trainer to come in and train our people on mTrust. So that might be some things too.
The difficulty, the reason it's so time consuming is you need someone to be able to work with that subject matter experts and define what is your current job, how does it work, what are the steps in it without getting too in the weeds or trying to change things and trying to name specific people, do specific things. You have to try and look at what are the tasks. And so it's a technical writer can come in and sort of facilitate that. But they're gonna go away and then, somebody, whether it's us helping or the SMEs themselves, would then have to make updates. And that's a good question that Tammy asked. Are we gonna be able to help with that? And I would say, absolutely.
That's good to know. That's a good question, Tammy. But you also know that the board supports. You just have to let us know.
Well, and the other thing is, once they're drafted, right, and we have a basically new set of documentation, as things change, those supervisors, if their process has changed, that they need to notify Darla and Lexi to update those sections as the changes happen, instead of getting 5 years or 10 years behind in updates, and then you're back to where we are today. We have nothing that's current.
Thanks, Darla, for your response and the comments. I just was more concerned just in the future. mean, with everything unknown about, I'm just more concerned is it something in the future we're gonna actually have to make a permanent position to accommodate handling that in addition to everything that's already on the two of your guys' plates? It seems like a lot to me, and so I just
Yeah.
want to keep that in the back of my mind.
Right, I think that's a good question, and to me, it's almost, this is kind of getting off topic, but just to remind everybody, I am one of those 5 who, you know, I'm not gonna be here forever. And so at that point, and I talked a little bit with Sean about this, I think maybe that because the duties are so broad right now, that fall under sort of the communications umbrella, and partly because I've, in theory, brought the M-Trust online help with me because I had done it as a contractor. It's turned out to be, I don't have time to do all that. So I think eventually the different parts of the job should be divided up differently. And maybe there would be a third person that's, you know, someone that's more technical, managing the website, someone that's doing more outreach presentations, I don't know. But I think right now trying to have it all under one position and now 2 positions, it is a lot, and that's a good question, Tammy. Maybe, you know, who knows what technology is going to look like, how much automation we're going to do, how this job will be involved in that stuff. Because I would have been involved in the DocuSign stuff if we were really rolling forward with that right now.
Yeah.
So it could become so complicated that there might be a third slot, whether it's under communications or not. It might just be another responsibility.
Thank you.
All right, well, just to wrap up then, just want to briefly touch on our next steps. So, like I said, I'll take the work from today and work with Sean to kind of finalize that commitment worksheet, you know, assigning any deadlines or other metrics to the approved objectives. And I think actually we're in pretty good shape on that just with the great work the board's done today. And then we'll create an external strategic planning summary and goals and objectives document for the TRS website. I think we probably want to bring both of those back to the board, Sean, just for their final approval.
Yep.
Okay, and we can do that at the next one.
October 3rd meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. And then, then from there, it's just going to be really establishing our progress and reporting mechanisms and schedule. And I really think the commitment worksheet is going to be the best venue for doing that. Those of you that are on the Executive Director Evaluation Committee, we can certainly look at that new plan and see if we need to make any updates to Sean's appraisal. And Sean and his leadership team could look at it and see if they need to make any updates to their staff's appraisals. And I think that's pretty much it. If anybody else had any other questions or comments before we wrapped up, I want to give people an opportunity there.
A neat process.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, thank you all. And you all did a great job and came well prepared and had some great ideas. So thank you all for your time today, and I'll look forward to seeing you again in October.
All right, so there's a little time for public comment, but I don't think we have any public on, right? Okay, so I will skip that, and we have a little bit of administrative business, Sean, with the draft policy, the setting the interest rate credited.
Correct. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jim drafted a policy for us that will document how the board goes about setting that interest rate that's credited to member account balances. If you all remember, in May, we adjusted, or we set the interest rate for this current year at 2%, where previously we were following, kind of trying to project and follow really close to what STIP was, and we kind of realized that we're paying way more than any high yield savings account ever would pay. And so we thought we're going to kind of follow suit with our sister agency, Ampera, updated their policy. They've had a policy for this, and they set it at 2.5 or whatever STIP is projected to be, the lower of the two, based on what we did last meeting. As far as what the board adopted, we just went with it's either 2% or what we're projecting STIP to be as of March 31st, looking at the trend, whichever's lower. So I think it's a good practice. I mean, it's something that you're charged with setting on an annual basis, and this just lays out the framework for how you do that. Jim, when you wrote the policy, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
I think it really just accounts for the spike that we've seen in STIP recently, where all of a sudden something that was a fraction of a percent that was, you know, something that the board could lean on, all of a sudden was well over 5% for fiscal year 24. And I think this removes the pressure off our normal cost and allows that to be one less thing that impacts the health of the trust.
Yeah, so the real kind of nuts and bolts of it are at the bottom of page 24 in your packet there, and it just says, the interest rate used to credit interest member accounts for each fiscal year shall be the lesser of the average projected average short-term investment pool interest rate earned by the Board of Investments as of March 31st of the preceding fiscal year, or 2%. And so that is the running average that I've been showing you anyway. It's the exact same as far as, you know, what we're going to look at, where STIP is sort of trending. And if it looks like it's going to be less than 2%, then the board will have the option to, or we'll set it at whatever it looks like it's going to be. So
At the moment, I think we just sustain the 2% because I don't know where STIP is going in the next fiscal year.
yeah, no, it's going to be
But it's going to be above
2%.
that, so
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear the policy is written for us.
Yeah, so this meeting is the meeting to discuss the policy officially. So this will be the first time it's been an agenda item, and so you won't actually vote to adopt this policy till the October meeting. So if you have any questions or if you want any revisions, you know, now's the time to.
Yeah.
So the other one you said was 2.5?
Yeah, Impera set theirs at 2.5. And we talked about that last meeting, and the motion was made to set it at 2, and everyone agreed. I think
Back then, there was probably a little higher expectation that the Federal Reserve was going to dramatically drop interest rates in the interim. That appears not to be the case anymore, so I think there's potentially room for discussion about setting it at 2.5 in October, but certainly not above that.
yeah, and we are not, so in October, we're just gonna adopt the policy, we're not changing, I mean, we already set the rate.
For the rate for this year.
For this year.
Right,
So
right.
it would be next May when we would have another
Right.
discussion, but obviously if you put in policy that's gonna be the lesser of 2% or whatever STIP's projected to be, then it's gonna be,
Sure.
the max is gonna be 2.
We should know a lot more by May.
Easier to budget, I think.
Well, I think it's philosophically, what should we be paying on these, right? I mean, that's the thing.
2% historically is high.
For many, many years that I've been here, we paid 0.15%, paid
Yeah.
0.20%. And so it was never really anything to even really consider. And then when STIP rates did go up considerably, Member Trost had asked the question about, well, should we really be paying 4% or 4.25%? And then when we did that for a year, you look at the interest payments we're paying, because once they accrue that interest, that's for sure money that we're going to pay out at some point down the road.
Yep.
It was substantial.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, the next thing on our discussion item is the tentative meeting dates, which is the next coming to are October 3rd and December 5th. October 3rd is a kind of a hard, fast, we have to do that date. December 5th can be adjusted a little bit, so just look ahead.
I won't be here on December 5th on a cruise.
We can change that in October too.
Okay.
And we'll have an info, so that, but we'll just keep with October 3rd for sure, because our actuaries come, all of those things.
I think we discussed December 5th a little bit. For me, that's probably the only day I'm going to be able to make work in December, just because I've got tournaments every weekend.
And then we do have 2 action items here. We have the out-of-state travel requests, and that is for Nolan to go somewhere. Phoenix, oh, awesome, in October, that would be better than now. And P2F2 annual conference, and then the NCTR conference, and I'm sure Sean needs an idea of who wants to or thinks they can attend, which looks like it's October 4th through the 7th?
The D's already committed, right?
Yeah, D.
D is for sure gonna go.
I am thinking about going this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't go last year, but I should probably go this year.
It's an easy one, it's all.
Yeah, and it's not too far and I could get back quickly.
Yeah, it is.
Because the 4th is a Saturday, I looked. So it's like a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, that'd be okay, I could get back. Only take 2 days off of school.
I don't get those very often. I'm not able to make it work this year.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's in the middle of season, so my daughter killed me.
I have a wedding on the 4th,
Okay.
not my own.
So we'll have two,
Yeah.
likely, and then myself. So. Okay, so what we do need, the board to vote, or, make a motion and vote on P2, F2, and then looks like me, and I would say up to 3 board members to attend, because I don't know for sure what Dan chose, whether he would be.
Okay,
Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve all 3 of those requests.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the P2, F2 annual conference for Nolan and the NCTR annual conference for Sean and up to 3 others. All those or any more discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Next meeting will be October 3rd and the meeting is adjourned.